is boom. Got the chains over. Brother, mind my own business. Just getting ready for the show. Pop open Twitter, and there's.
I got sucked
Wait a
in.
minute. Like, wait a second. What are all these? What's happening?
They sucked me in.
What's funny was though, what made me laugh is I saw you respond to something, and then I immediately saw your tweet about y'all just be going on here saying everything. So I knew exactly what you were referring to. Like, oh, okay.
Just be talking. Just be saying anything, man.
And we're not talking about the King's Herald guys, by the way. Not those.
No.
Not those guys. The guy. Not those guys. The guys who tagged us in the whole thing.
Wow.
I guess I don't know, maybe this is a show conversation at some point today, but
I think it might be if you're going where I think you are. Like, we can talk about that today.
Okay, we'll throw it in there somewhere. Like it doesn't matter. We do what we want to. We got 4 hours. Do whatever the hell we want. Welcome everybody. I saw Donnie Dope Ones was in here.
Hey.
CJ, what's happening? Bryce, what's good? Still getting a couple things together here.
Yeah, same.
Okay, Drake Flow, let's go.
Hey, shout out Joe,
baby.
You know they're here. They're here.
Bars, baby.
Believe that.
Never thought I'd be so excited to hear Kenny rap, man.
If you could change, I could change. We all can change.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Everybody good? How we feeling? D-Lo, KC, and Ham Sandwich won the Kings Day. Ham Sandwich will be tomorrow. And unless you got the Kings Beat subscription, then he's having the happy hour tonight.
Let's see. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Oh,
Coach Molly. What's up, Lazy? Cole, we see you. John, I'm kind of start the show. It's my bad. Kings Nation collectively exhales. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, December 2nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Definitely the sports version of waiting to exhale. After that frustrating and embarrassing loss to the Los Angeles Lakers in the 4-hour shred of the entire organization by you, Kenny, by me, by James, by the collective fan base. They respond. And you can look at this pessimistically. You can turn your nose over it. Whatever. You could be Randy Quaid in the center field bleachers in Major League.
They're just gonna blow it.
You don't want to be Randy Quaid in any situation, but you could be that character. But the fact is, you want your team to respond, and that's what they did. They went into Los Angeles and played arguably one of their most complete games of the season. I mean, there's a couple in there probably with competition a little bit worse than Los Angeles, even minus Paul George. They had a complete game against Detroit. No shot at Detroit, but they had a complete game against Charlotte, so there's something to put into that. Charlotte was in an instant classic last night. But from beginning to end, they I guess you could argue they played 46 minutes. The last 2 minutes got a little bit dicey. I think under a normal situation, we wouldn't have been like overly concerned. It'd be like, come on, fellas, let's get it together. But coming off the heels of what happened the night before, we were all collectively screaming at the television.
Yeah. I mean, I want to say the Kings just can't get a 15 to 20 point win to save their life, even though they got one against Charlotte. They beat Detroit pretty good. Man. They beat New Orleans the second time pretty good. But, I mean, there's been a couple of games where it just be like, you should kind of run away with this. And that's what should have gone on last night. And it didn't. It got to 8 at one point with like 2.5 minutes. It's like, oh, my gosh. Like, just somebody hit one. I just need somebody to hit one shot real quick.
Mhm.
And they ended up doing that. A little frustrating, but they played well last night. They played really well. They played really well collectively. You know, it wasn't all on one guy last night. It was, guys stepping up all over the place and combining that with guys like De'Aaron Fox, who, want to have big games. He had a really good game last night. So the combination of everything, they took care of business, got the win in Los Angeles. And oddly enough, Damian, this team's won 3 of 5.
Yeah, that is kind of, and the sad part is you're right, but the two are really memorable. The two are
even
just
more memorable than the wins, it feels like.
Oh, 100%. 100%, because I mean, look to your right. Look at the chat house. Like there's plenty of people who are like, "Oh, they tried to blow it." The chat house is collectively Randy Quaid. They tried to blow it. They're a bunch of losers who can't come to my turkey drive. Yo, but they didn't. Like they won. Like it's if you're the type of fan that wants to be mad about a win, have at it, man. Do your thing. I wanted the team to respond. I wanted to come in here and have something positive to talk about, and we do. The Clippers, they're not, almost certainly not title contenders, without Kawhi Leonard and with Paul George carrying the load and that whole deal. And just probably the makeup of the roster isn't a championship capable roster, especially with Kawhi Leonard out. But they're not Houston either. They're not Oklahoma City. Like they're good
ball players.
They're not buzzword of the morning on social media. They're not tanking. They're doing their thing, like they're playing. So this is, a lot of the same guys have beaten this Kings team down before. So I'm not going to be upset about this victory at all, even though the final 2 minutes didn't quite go the way Kings fans would hope. Like,
look, man, Kings won. I may have been looking like Stephen A. After the win.
Oh, that was a great tweet. Oh, that was a great tweet.
That's how I felt.
That legit made me laugh.
I felt. I may have been feeling that way. I may have been looking that way.
That's an all-timer.
But at the end of the day, a win is a win. I'm still having a Sacramento splash. I still got Drake bars ready. I still rather see them win.
Did you do the flash? Did I miss it?
Yeah, I didn't get it to IG. I got to get it on IG, but it was definitely on Twitter. After the game, and Kings win, man. It's too early in the season for me to not care at all about wins. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not 12 games behind the final, the 10 spot or whatever the case may be. There's not 7 games left. It's not there yet. I mean, as bleak as it may seem, and I'm not talking Memphis, you know how it is.
Not that one.
They're still mathematically around, and the West is still shaky.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I know this is going to drive the Kings Herald crazy, and the Kings fan base crazy. We're a long way from this just being done. And it's not like, it's not necessarily because of the Kings, it's because of the conference.
Right.
And when you look at, like, I'm so fascinated by what's going to happen next with Denver. You know what I mean? And it's obviously not a knock on Nikola Jokic or Mike Malone at all. But at some point, man, like, you've lost 2 guys. You've got almost certainly Jamal Murray isn't playing this year. You've probably lost Michael Porter for the rest of the year. You lost Michael Porter indefinitely. And okay, you got Nikola Jokic. Now you're going to deal with bumps and bruises through the remainder of the season. Now, you might, and hopefully they don't deal with any more out for the season injuries, but you could miss someone. You could miss Jokic for 2 games. You could miss someone, health and safety protocols for 10 days. That could span 4 games. Like this, when you're relying on one guy as much as I think Denver is going to be, and they were already a bit shaky to start the season, man, that's a team that you just kind of got watching. Like, man, they might fall out here a little bit. If I told you Minnesota lost 7 of the next 9, would you be surprised?
No, not at all. They've done it already this year.
Exactly.
Like 7 in a row.
Exactly. And you got Portland now playing the next, handful of games without Dame Lillard. They've got, I think Nasir Little. There's a couple of guys missing from their roster, and they could be in a situation where they're 7 of 9, over the course of the next few weeks or at any point during the season. All of that being said, barring just a catastrophic double-digit losing streak by the Sacramento Kings, they're going to be there. Like this is going to be that 10 spot is going to be a play. That 10 spot is going to be a conversation for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's we didn't even talk about the team that they're playing twice, once last night and once on Saturday. I mean, the Clippers, I think they're an all right team, but I mean they've got it handed to them a couple times by mediocre teams. They got beat bad by the Pelicans the other night.
I mean, 3 in a row in 7 of their last 10.
Yeah, they're like that's a real fragile group as well, just because they don't have the depth without Kawhi Leonard there. So
probably similar to what we just laid out with Denver.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Paul George misses a week or two.
Right. And that's a guy when has he played 82 games? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, knock on wood. Last night was the first game that he missed, which, again, slap in the face to Sacramento. That was a voluntary. That was a load management game for Paul George. And I looked a little bit at the schedule because I thought, God, they play the Kings on Saturday. Kings don't play again. They're off today. They'll have practice tomorrow. Then they'll take on the Clippers at the Golden One Center, which might want to talk. Maybe we should just petition to move all of the games somewhere
can they play at Memorial Auditorium?
Anywhere. Can we call anything a road game other than playing at the Golden One Center?
Play at my house.
But the Clippers, you've got the court for it. Got bleachers. As long as I get the Spike Lee joint,
I got you. That's Mando.
I don't know if Jazz is going to let me in after that call yesterday, though.
Well, you didn't hang up on her, so you're good.
No, I wasn't even allowed to talk. I'm not finished, Damien. My bad, Jazz. I'm sorry. The Clippers are in the same position that the Kings are in this weekend. Clippers are playing the Lakers on Friday.
Yes.
And then they're playing Sacramento on the second night of a back-to-back on Saturday. So it brought into context a little bit, whether you agree with load management or not. I didn't. I was like, damn, like how many days off is he going to wind up having? Like I get maybe stretching it a little bit, but unless he's banged up, 4 days off in the middle of the season doesn't seem like something that you need. Well, in fact, it's not. They played Monday. He sat Wednesday. They're going to play Friday and then again on Saturday.
Yeah. So, like I said, man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the Clippers from game to game. And I talk about Paul George. When was the last time he played 82? You guys know PG is my guy. Like, I like Paul George. I hope he can play 81 this year. You know what I mean? But, I mean, you can't bank on that. It's like what I talk about all the time with the 49ers. I love Kittle and Samuels, but they're going to get hurt. Like, that's what it is. And I think that's one way to look at Paul George. So if he's down for, a little while, what happens to the Clippers? So we say all that to say, the Kings, like you said, barring a double-digit losing streak or anything close to it, they're going to be around. And because of that, I'm not at the point where, I'm ready to tank or, I'm mad when they win or anything. I'm not there yet. I'm going
to send Tim Maxwell a link to the show, see if he wants to come on.
Tim Maxwell, come on. Look, I said it's all circumstantial, right? Like when De'Aaron Fox was entering his 4th season or in the middle of his 4th season and he's killing, it's not time to tank. But now with so much upheaval with this core and so much in the question, if that's the road they went, I think it's more acceptable now, but I'm not necessarily there.
We're bringing you into a conversation that took place on Twitter.
On Twitter,
which we might dive. We might get into it further. You mentioned De'Aaron. I want to talk about De'Aaron Fox a little bit. I can't figure out if you're going to love what I have to say or hate it. So
hate it or love it. Down the dogs on top.
That's good. That's Thank you, Curtis. And we also have to talk about the finest coaching job by Alvin Gentry in his 35-year career.
He could have done
Y'all
better.
know what I'm talking about.
He could have done better if you ask me.
Maybe he could have. Maybe he could have. But you know what he did last night? He did good enough. We'll talk. You all know exactly what we're talking about. We'll dive into Buddy Hield, Terrence Davis. And how about the rookie Davion Mitchell showing a little something last night? So we'll get going. We'll dive into the game, some of the takeaways from the game. We want to hear from you as well. New rule. You can't only call when you're mad. Call when something goes right.
Yeah.
Just call and be sarcastic. 916-349-1320. And the Kings
bars
won
is
last
coming.
night. Oh,
The
you know
bars is coming.
Oh, you know what's next.
Hey.
You know what's next.
Hey.
Okay. Drake Flow on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh man, when you put that tweet up with the rose gif, I was weak. I was weak.
Hey, how did Rose get in your house?
Stop.
Like when did y'all do that photo
this
shoot?
guy.
Did y'all see did y'all see Rick Ross at Kenny's house? That was in the champagne room that they got over there at Caraway Castle.
Yeah, that's definitely Damien's garage. That was not my house. That's definitely Damien's garage.
I looked at that like, how could I replicate that? Because I started to think, how much is actually seen on camera? Could I get away with like a couple dozen bottles on like a bookshelf? Yeah, I definitely saw that. And
that's a lot.
I told you, oh, man. Did you see Rose at his other house today?
No.
Oh, look at his IG story. He's getting this massive fish tank put in. And he's showing them putting this fish tank in. Oh, and by the way, he just casually opens a box of shoes that are an unworn pair of Euros.
Oh my gosh!
But he was like, yeah. He comes back on. He was like, yeah, no, this isn't the promised land. This is a different house.
Let me see, because you got to go through 500.
He got a lot of he is a story poster.
Oh yeah, there's the other house,
the
new
call,
mansion.
Miss P. Yeah, that's a good call. Just put mirrors up.
Oh, okay. There's the fish tank that is like that they got to bring a forklift to get in.
Yeah. Can you imagine how nervous them people are? I can't even imagine what that thing weighs.
Live coral.
Yeah. Oh man.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wonder, where's this house at? Did he say?
He didn't say. I don't know.
The car.
We got you. They're next day. They're next day. We got you. Drake Flow on the way.
I don't make you wait long for the
got
Drake
people
Flow.
waiting in their car, just like ready for that beat to drop.
Oh damn. That's how you feel, Rose, with the
yeah.
Oh, let me just open them up.
Man, them joints unworn.
Woo.
I'm having people over to my house in a week, and all I can think about is, man, what shoes am I gonna wear so Kenny don't walk in my house and show me up at my own?
Hey man, I'm just gonna wear some Air Force Ones. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Air Force Ones with a tag on them.
No,
and some writing on the side. I pulled out a dope pair of Air Force Ones that I don't wear very often. They need to be scrubbed a little bit, but I don't.
I have a couple pair. Like when I was getting rid of some shoes, I came across some Air Force Ones, some lows that I just wasn't ready to get rid of. But I'm still not like I did this a year ago, and I haven't worn them. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna just hold on to these.
I don't even know.
Work for me.
Oh, here they are. Oh, also, okay, here they are. Okay. I guess there ain't nothing. They're Air. I never knew the name of them. I knew I got them at the All-Star game. And that's what they're
Vegas?
called, Nike Air Force One All-Star Low. No, I didn't go to the one in Vegas, so it had to be Phoenix or New Orleans.
I
But
got
they're kind of dope. I just don't wear them very often.
the ones I got was from the All-Star game in Vegas. They were.
Did they have the stars on them?
No, it was. Remember they recreated that old Nike commercial where they had all those guys in the white jumpsuits and they were playing. They made some Air Force Ones with like they're embroidered on the back of the Air Force, and I was like, oh, I had to get them.
Okay.
I had to get them.
Okay.
Yeah, she might be sneaking and getting rid of some of the stuff. Oh yeah.
We got people waiting in their car. People, Dave Garcia standing outside Home Depot. My man's trying to, do a home improvement project, but he's like, I can't go inside. I lose reception. I'm here for the Drake bars, baby. The Kings get the win.
Come on, man. Kings win.
Hey, by the way, can a brother get some air horns?
You know what? I thought about that earlier. I don't even think I did it last time. Kings win. I love the game. Come on, man.
We're so conditioned to things going bad, like we forgot the gimmick.
we haven't had a chance to do it on here.
Like if Bret Hart came out without the sunglasses on, didn't put him on the little kid in the front row. Like, man, we dropping the ball here. Okay, we keeping people waiting, man. That ain't a Drake flow. We keeping people waiting on the Odyssey app. Let's go. What do we got?
Baby. Kings win. Yeah. Dave Garcia at Home Depot right now. Hopefully not the one in Antelope. Love Antelope. Yeah. Who can I trust and who's working against me? Cause I can lean back, yet jealous ones still envy. But what's love? Shout out Tyra, who had my heart on a string. By birth, diamonds and pearls. Love don't cost a thing. Kings drop 124 on the clips. No PG though. Sitting on the bench, cornrows looking sick. TD hitting open threes. Look at God, won't he do it? Don't change what we doing. Emotional distress, we still trying to sue him. Yeah. Emotional distress, we still trying to sue him. Yeah. The Kings went to LA. Davion got off. The Clippers sat Paul George. Yeah.
Turned into an Antelope diss track in the middle. Got a call back to Miss B wanting to sue the team. Like, this is good stuff. And I love that James didn't shut down the idea of suing them. He like legit sat back and thought, grounds for this.
He said, let me look into this. Hey, y'all, I got to go back on this one though, because Damien, I thought you would appreciate this, but I think it went over your head and went over everybody's head.
Oh.
Because I said, who can I trust and who's working against me? Because I lean back, yet jealous ones still envy.
No, I got it. I got the Fat Joe reference.
Come on, man. But what's love?
Okay. So,
because I lean back, yet jealous ones still envy. Yo, I'm about to be on OVO by the end of the month. I'm telling you, I really am.
You had the opportunity to do this in front of one of the biggest hip hop artists on the planet.
I was ready. Who lost? Not me.
Okay. All right. Joe cracked the dump.
Shy, stop playing, man. Sign me, bro. Sign me. Shy got a record label or your producer. Sign me, Shy. Stop playing with me, man.
I mean, a real one would switch the beat.
I mean, but this is the one they love. I mean, I'll switch the beat.
Yeah, switch the beat up.
All right. I'll switch the beat. Nothing.
You got a couple of days to work on it. Like they don't play tonight. They don't play tomorrow.
When will be the next one? Do they play on Sunday?
It's just Saturday.
Just Saturday.
Yeah. In fact, they don't. They play Saturday. They don't play again till Wednesday.
Bro,
the hell are we gonna do on Monday, Tuesday?
What is going on? Niners need to win. That's for sure. They have to win.
Talking about our favorite sitcom. Talking about our favorite Martin moments.
They're gonna be playing In Living Color skits.
Oh, we got those readily available. Yeah, I was going through the schedule today and kind of looking at their opponents. Like you brought this up a couple of days ago, they got an interesting group of opponents coming up. I was like, damn, they really got Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, off. They got it away from basketball. I got to imagine they're going to have Sunday off, or maybe they'll practice Sunday, then have Monday off, but they're going to have like an actual day off somewhere in there. They have today off. They'll practice tomorrow before the game on Saturday against the Los Angeles Clippers. So
are you of the belief like this type of time is good? Are you like, I'm not dismissing it at all. I'm just asking like, practice time. That's what people always say, new coach, like implementing new things.
I'm not going to downplay it like it's not important. There was before, of course, it ended poorly, but there was a stretch of basketball. I can't remember when. I feel like it was last year where they had a couple of days off.
And it's when the Grizzlies game got canceled. Remember?
That's right. That's right. But they came back from that, and that was one of the stretches where they had played pretty well. And everybody had pointed to, the days off, the practice time, all of that stuff. And, of course, 2.5 weeks later, we learned that was all fraudulent. Like unless the practice time was only good for about a 9-game stretch, and then it all kind of went to hell after that. But I'm not going to discount it. I do believe that I believe it matters. Absolutely. I think it's important, especially for Alvin Gentry, who can, I don't know how much Alvin's had the opportunity to. I understand he's been a coach here. Like I understand he's been in the locker room. He's been with these guys. He's been on the floor. He's been in practice. Like I understand all of that. But now it's his voice. Like he is the guy now. And I believe that that's different. It's different when you're there, but it's someone else's voice. And we've already seen changes in the way Alvin Gentry, like at least as compared to Luke Walton. And I asked, we haven't really dove into the game, too much last night. I think we're all just relieved that they won, but Terrence Davis had a hell of a game.
Wow. Look at God.
I'll ask you a question. I sent this to James earlier. We were kind of going back and forth on Buddy and the minutes that he played last night. And do you think, because I'm praising Alvin Gentry very much, not sarcastically, for not playing Buddy Hield last night down the stretch, for playing him only 22 minutes. And we'll get to how you feel about that in a second. And as things were disintegrating in the final 2 minutes, there was no one taking 27-foot shots with 20 seconds left on the shot clock. But Alvin had an out. Terrence Davis was playing really well. He was shooting really well. And this goes back to what De'Aaron Fox was saying, because their defense is still bad. De'Aaron Fox was saying the other day, I think it was De'Aaron, it might have been Tyrese, it's a make or miss league. Like if you're making shots, you're going to be in a position late in the game to win the game. And that's where the Kings were. They were making shots. If Terrence Davis's shots weren't falling, was Alvin going back to Buddy? Or was Alvin going to try Buddy? Because Buddy, at least under Luke Walton, and it feels like in the early stages of Alvin Gentry as the head coach, Buddy Hield gets all the leeway in the world. Terrence Davis got pulled like 60 seconds into a game once.
Yeah.
Like days ago under Alvin Gentry. So that obviously wasn't a shooting issue. That was obviously something else, and he didn't return there for a while. But would he have stuck with Terrence Davis the same way he has in for a greater length of time Luke Walton used to stick with Buddy Hield no matter how poorly he was shooting?
I forgot what this commercial was from, but I just remember it's from my youth. Something, and at the end they go, "The world may never know."
That's going to bug me because I remember that line.
I feel like it's a Tootsie Roll commercial. How many licks?
Oh, how many? That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
The world
it's from the Cisco song.
Know.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 3 licks.
That's phenomenal knowledge.
Oh, that's terrible. I watched too much TV as a child.
That's a classic. That's a classic. But I mean, we'll never know. what he does. Maybe
right.
maybe we'll
That's
know
right.
on Saturday, like if TD starts and if he's not shooting well, does he put Buddy? I don't know.
And now, I'm going to be watching that game. How many shots before Terrence Davis? One,
a two,
three shots before Terrence Davis gets yanked.
That's a classic, man. Y'all know it in the chat too. That's a classic. But I would like to think, and listen back to the show yesterday a little bit. I want to say I don't hate Buddy Hield, and I don't think Damian hates Buddy Hield either.
We don't hate anybody. Man.
No,
Stop.
we don't. Like,
well,
and we were getting at him hard. I know I was getting at him hard. And it's about his basketball play. Don't hate him, but I think I'll speak for myself. Damian, you can jump on this if you want to, but I've seen enough of what Buddy Hield brings to the table, and it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Like he does score points. He is a 3-point threat, but it's resulted in nothing in literally the last 3 years. And he hasn't changed his game. He hasn't done anything to be better. So Terrence Davis, like we talked, I said, every day on the show over the summer, Terrence Davis is better than Buddy Hield. Well, Buddy Hield is having a better season than Terrence Davis this year. There's no way around it. TD has been god awful on wide open shots. We all know all this other stuff, but I think there is merit to the role that he's been put in and how it isn't conducive for his success in the way that he plays, and mainly being around Buddy Hield. Like that just doesn't work for him. So I'm willing to, we gave Buddy a chance, to start the season. It didn't result in anything. I'm willing to flip those minutes and all that other stuff and now give Terrence the opportunity to see if he can expound on the game that he had last night and kind of turn the corner in his season and show some of the things that I think he has that made me say he was better than Buddy Hield. Like he gets to the basket, he gets to the foul line, he defends with a higher I don't want to say basketball IQ, but just more in tune with what the team is trying to do. And I think that helps out as well. Terrence is going to take some bad shots. Terrence is going, I called him El Caballo Loco this year. Like he's going to have those moments, but I'm willing to see what he has. And if that helps his team, as opposed to going back to Buddy Hield and what he's shown so far this year.
I hate Buddy on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hate. I don't think he helps this team win. Maybe like I speculated, we talked about this yesterday. I can't envision a situation where Buddy's style of play, Eric Spoelstra lets fly.
Right. He'd have to change. Like we always say, he can't do what he's doing here in those other places. This
version of Buddy Hield doesn't work here, and I'm not confident it works anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like Buddy on this roster. I think he does more harm than good. And I get excited when Buddy hits 4 threes in a row. And I was excited for what he was doing against the Lakers. I think I said early in the season, Portland and Phoenix, the buzzer beat the very last team to beat the Phoenix Suns, the Sacramento Kings that night. Buddy Hield is directly responsible for both of those wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not going to put these 20-point losses on him and all that different stuff, but I can point to enough moments in the game. Like, do you have more, yeah, Buddy, let's go moments, or do you have, oh, my God, Buddy, what are you doing moments? And I feel like, at least for me, I have, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
And so if it boils down to you're leaving Terrence Davis in the game just because he's hitting shots, give him the same leeway that you give him Buddy.
Yes.
Because I think Terrence Davis is a better defender than, we all know that. Terrence Davis is a better defender than Buddy Hield is.
Mm-hmm.
Give him the same leeway on the offensive end, and maybe he'll pay it off with those same moments that Buddy Hield has.
Right.
Those same Portland, Phoenix moments that Buddy Hield has. Because I don't think Terrence Davis has the makeup. I don't think Terrence Davis is just because it's fresh on the mind, I don't think he's the 27-footer with 20 seconds left on the shot clock while the other team's making a run player.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, we got to talk about Metu. Ain't nobody. Hey, we're Freeport till we die. But
airways stand up.
Can we chill out a little bit? Like Chemezi out there, He went to the Buddy Hield School of Basketball. Like, he out there letting them fly.
He is. But you know what? I'll say this. Metu is in the league for one reason and one reason only. It's because he can score. And maybe in a different situation, he's doing this stuff coming off the bench and it's not as magnified. But that's why Metu's in the league. It's not because he's a playmaker for others. It's not because he's this great rebounder, a great defender. It's because he can shoot the ball and score at a decent clip at that size. So that one I kind of put on Monty. I put on, Alvin to a certain degree. Like, you can't put him in that situation to have to play that many minutes and be that pivotal to your starting rotation. You can't do that because he's just that's what he does.
And maybe that was unfair. Maybe that changes when Harrison comes back.
Maybe you're starting with Harrison though, unless we go to that Harrison at the 4 situation.
Sure was. Lord have mercy.
The King.
I've enjoyed the hell out of Louis the King, though.
I like Louis the King, man. I like Louis the King. I like seeing him out there and getting an opportunity. I really think he can be like this, corner 3 type guy. I wonder in some situations why, maybe he isn't at the 4 more and being a stretch 4. He's tall. He's not this super defender, but like I always say, you're not going up against Charles Oakley anymore, the Brian Grant. Like, you're not going to get beat up down low like that.
You mean minutes with like the second unit in that position?
Second unit, I mean,
he feels really raw to me to put him out there to like I enjoy the hell out of watching him, but
I think I love Freeport. Airway, stand up. He's from that side of Freeport, from South Freeport, not North Freeport. We've seen how he gets down.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're going with Metu starting at the 4, I don't know why you wouldn't go with Louis the King starting at the 4 sometime. Maybe Metu does rebound a little bit. So maybe that's the
I'm not trying to kill, like, again, that's our dude.
Yeah, Metu our guy, man.
I just feel like
he's miscast.
He shot the ball 12 times.
Metu, yesterday I came in. I came in late to the game because we had practice or whatever for Reese's team, and I came in and I saw Metu put up. I think he had like a 10 or something like that, and then he would get the ball in the second quarter and he'd give a pump fake, little between the legs, behind the back. I'm like, oh, Metu feeling good. Like, and he would do all that.
Gucci bag.
Hey, shout out to Mark Jones. Did you see Mark Jones his tweet? Because he had a tweet where he brought the ball back to life. And I said, Mark, that's how you get down? He's like, yeah, man, 12-6, York University Hall of Fame. I was like, all right, okay, Mark, I see you have to give him that Drake clap gift. I was like, Mark Jones out here.
I tuned into the pregame and Matt Barnes got on him a little bit. Like, why didn't you put it up? You had the ball. What you get scared of? Just put the shot up.
Oh, and I talked to Chris Haynes the other day too when he was at the game, and we're locked in for that celebrity basketball game when he brings it back. You and me.
Oh, me. I'm in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're locked in.
Do we know when that is? Because I'm probably gonna have to go see. Like, I'm gonna have to go to crowd therapy. I'm gonna have to get a massage therapist. I'm gonna have to.
I think it's during the finals, so you got time.
Been listening today because I'm gonna need Pete, Albie and Connie. I'm gonna need y'all to finally get out there in the celebrity basketball game. I'm gonna need y'all to have to
the media basketball game. D'Lo and Casey were locked in, baby. Let's go.
Okay.
If you want to, you don't have to.
You already committed me, man. I feel bad. We over here goofing around. Donald wanted to talk about the Kings. I hope.
Oh, sorry, Donald.
916-349-1320. Donald, my sincerest apologies, man. What's going on?
That's all right. I'm a fan of y'all's, man. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep the same energy. Look here, I've been a fan of this team since 1994. I have written and died, if that's the best way to say this, with this team. I did not watch 1 second last night.
You're out. You're out, huh, Donald?
Well, I am out for now.
Okay.
I'm out for now. And my issue is that come Saturday night when the Clippers come to the G1C, and if we get blown out by 25, we're going to be right back where we were yesterday. And I refuse to get back on that roller coaster until they break this group up.
Oh, okay.
Donald, hey, man, I feel...
Streets got a body.
Here we go. Any more vacants available?
They got him. I'm sorry, Donald.
I mean,
and you know what?
I'm not mad at him.
I get it. I get it because the fact is, it's difficult. Like, you know, we mentioned this when we started the show. Is we could come in and be. There's no reason to be angry about the fact that they won last night. But if you're kind of like, okay, they won, I'm going to need to see this again on Saturday. I think that's the thing that kills people is this, literally, the vacants. I think that's what gets people is the fact that you brought this up yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It could have been the day before. I don't know. All this stuff is starting to run together. You don't know what you're going to get from this team on a night-to-night basis. And we're not even talking about, you know, Terrence Davis. How many guys did they have last night? Five guys in double digits. Louis the King had 8, fell just short of it. Like, you don't know if you're going to get the engaged effort from everybody out there, or if you're going to get the performance you got against the Memphis Grizzlies. Or perhaps worse yet, the performance you got against the Los Angeles Lakers, which were very much 2 entirely different games rolled into one.
Yeah.
So I get how Donald feels.
I understand it. I don't blame him. And I'm obviously going to watch, number one, because it's my job. Number two, because I just like watching the Kings. As crazy as that sounds, but I don't know when I'll be like, let's go. They're back. Like, I'm assuming like if they start winning some games and the fortunes change a little bit. I don't know when I'll fully commit to this team and believe that this team has turned the corner or they're playing good ball now, things of that nature. I'll observe it, but as far as like this year's different type deal, I don't know if that's coming this year.
That's dead. Only once, can't get fooled again. I ain't doing it.
And I'm talking about like if they start winning, let's just say they've won 3 of 5 now. Say they extend this to winning 7 of 9, right? I still won't be like, oh, this team's different. Like, I can't.
No, that's done. That's done. Like, you
Mr. Halliburton. Mr. Halliburton.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I got it queued up.
I can guarantee you that's over.
We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that, Mr. Halliburton. We'll again, like you can't get me to fall for it again.
No.
You've sent me the roses before and the chocolate and the Luke Belair, try to win my heart back. You ain't gonna do it this time.
No.
I need to see more. Show me you've changed. Don't just tell me you've changed. Show me.
How am I supposed to show you? What do you want me to do?
Win basketball
I'm here.
games. Win basketball games. That's what I want you to do. Win basketball games. Play with heart. Okay, Kenny? Play with heart. That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Otherwise, you could take your Luke Belair. No, you could leave the Luke Belair here. But you could take the chocolates. You could take the flowers. To the left, to the left.
Everything over in the box to the left.
Let's get Jeff in here, who's probably like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Jeff, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just got a quick question, get your thoughts on something that I always see every game, and we keep talking about it, that pace for the Kings need to be faster. And I feel like there's a time for going fast, and there's a time to slow it down. And when I see them in the half-court set, they're trying to go fast. And I don't get it. Why continue to move fast and not make crisp passes, the right passes, instead of running around and throwing the ball around all over the place? I mean, am I the only one seeing this? Like, why don't they just set it up and have a great half-court set and execute?
I think the idea, Jeff, is to take advantage of what we believe is the most unique attribute of De'Aaron Fox,
Mm-hmm.
and that's his speed. I think that's the idea behind it. Catch teams on their heels, not allow them to set up defensively. But I get Jeff's point. You're sacrificing just the basic fundamentals of basketball if you're kind of throwing the ball all around just for the purpose of pace. I think the issue this year, Jeff, is the pace hasn't been there. They haven't made an effort to push the ball. Casey, I want to hear your thoughts on that. We'll talk a lot more about last night's game as well, and dive into the schedule coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue. And jump in on the phone lines, by the way, 916-349-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's home for Real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320.
Jay Hardaway. Here you go, Jay Hardaway. Still that one.
Hey. They say I'm hopeless. As a penny with a hole in it.
Penny with a hole in it. Yeah. Love Jones was such a great movie.
Oh, yeah,
So-
that was good stuff.
They say I'm no less. I tapped into what is this now? Is it Power Book 2 Ghost? Because Raising Kanan is book 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
No.
look, they've got a
I haven't
chokehold.
seen one yet.
They've got a chokehold
yeah.
on me, right? Like I'm
It's like you
going
gotta
to
see it
watch.
through.
Yes, I'm going to watch. It seems a little forced. Like we didn't need to go here.
Mhm.
We really didn't need to go here.
That's why I keep thinking, you got to bring back Raising Kanan. And then my fear is, maybe you don't.
Yeah. What happened at the well,
It ended. There wasn't really a finality other than Rock is a bad bitch. That's essentially how it ended. Like the turn and the look at the camera. And it was like, with 50's voiceover, it was like, ooh.
She's a boss.
Ooh.
She's a boss.
Lord.
Shout out to Mary J. Blige, just Monet. She's a boss too.
Mhm.
She's not as
I
believable.
think she's doing a
as
good
Rock,
job.
though. She's doing good. She's not as believable as Rock though. There's not a Mary J. Blige is like always hard on that show. There's not a human side to her, like a soft side to her. And that's like almost unbelievable. She's just always rough. Rock would break down or she
Rock out there killing kids, though. Like, damn. She may have had a little human moment, but she did kill a kid. Dang.
But she told the professor she didn't always want to live that life. She wanted to do something different. But Monet is just always Rock's. I mean, there's not anything Mary can do that I'm not gonna like though. So I'm biased.
You are a stan. You are a
I
big
love
time
Mary.
stan.
That's my girl. But yeah, it's just they had. I think 50 went off, and the way they bring it back, and I don't know if they will. I think it might even be a whole nother show. Is when he meets Ghost and Tommy.
When Kanan meets Ghost and Tommy.
Yeah,
I got you.
I think they were high school friends. So obviously, well, no, because he hadn't met him yet in Raising Kanan. He was in high school. So I don't know, but that's the next. I think that's a whole book, though. I don't even think that's Raising Kanan. That's like 5.
Well, I get now as you say that, when it should all end is when they set up Kanan. Because I feel like we know what happened after that.
Yeah.
So I feel like, we don't need to see the rise of Ghost. Like we don't need to see that. Take us to the point. I think it was like a traffic stop. Take us to the traffic stop, and then it ends.
Yeah.
Power's over.
But 50 gonna keep cashing them checks, and I'm gonna
I
like I said, the man's got a chokehold on.
He got BMF too.
He's got a chokehold on him, and
I think
BMF
he's got
got
another
at least,
series that I haven't seen yet.
BMF probably got at least 3 more seasons in it.
At least. Well, they teased the next one by having the shot at the end in the jail cell.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, but it is okay. Because I wasn't sure if it was over.
Well,
I was like, is this it?
that's supposed to be Meech in jail, not now, I guess, but like after
I
everything's
hope
all
not.
said.
Not with them braids he had. I hope that didn't now.
With everything all said and done. Meech, as on the show, he just like he's a free man.
They ain't
He
even
just material.
Yeah, they ain't even split yet. They
They
ain't
ain't
even
got to Atlanta yet.
Yeah, they ain't even pissed off at each other yet.
They ain't even got to Atlanta. That's probably season 3. They
Yeah.
still in Detroit.
Yeah.
You got to
I love the White Boy Rick cameo. That made me laugh. Yo, who's that? That's White Boy Rick. I was like, y'all threw White Boy Rick in there. I ain't even mad at it. Shout out to our man CJ over at Fig and Vine. Get all the flowers you need from Fig and Vine. He said, we're going to Disneyland on Monday. I was packing my Chatty House crew neck, my Bel Air D-Lo and KC sweatshirt. Wifey said, so you're just packing radio clothes, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's stylish, though.
We gotta get wifey a crew neck, man. We gotta get her one.
CJ, done deal. Send me the size. We'll make sure we'll get her the nice little rose joint.
Yeah.
We got a pink on pink. I haven't seen it. You know what I've been working on? I've been trying to do a white out, like a white on white. I don't know if it's gonna work though. I don't think it's gonna work. I'll have to ask Dave Garcia if there's anything we could do about
work,
that.
though. I think it could work.
I started messing around thinking like, is there a way we could do like a white on white or like a blacked out or something?
I think you could.
pop a
I
little
think you
bit.
can make it happen. I mean, it would go perfect with your off whites that they ain't even in America. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got it like that.
Oh, word?
Perfect. I'm just saying that.
Oh,
Why
word?
you can get in America? Yours, you can't get in America.
Don't believe this man. Don't believe anything this man says. It's just cap on cap on cap. I wanted to mention something about De'Aaron Fox, and please don't kill me for this. I was looking at a couple of things. I honestly don't know if you're going to love or hate this, and if you want to,
8-11
there it is.
in the dozen tip. I told Damien it was me the whole time. He didn't believe it was me when I called him at 102.5, but it was really me. I told him, dog.
That's a good callback. That's a good callback to that disastrous interview I had back in 2000.
That was
it was.
it was just different. You're
telling the biggest star in all of music. Yeah, who is this? What is happening? I don't know.
It's
Who
me,
this is.
50 Cent.
That's a really good impression. Like I don't know who this is. And we'll work on an F Tony Tecate shirt that comes from on KC.com based on that whole incident. I was looking back, like something that stood out to me about last night's stat line. I'm not trying to stall the dude out. I'm not trying to change, the conversation or narrative. There was one particular line that stood out to me with De'Aaron Fox last night, and it was the 8 of 9 free throw shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, I feel like he's shooting free throws better.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to try to grab like a sample size of stats, and I'll be clear. In the flow of yesterday's game, I thought De'Aaron, his stat line was fine. I thought his play was fine because, as you noted a few moments ago, everybody was involved. It was a collective effort from the Sacramento Kings last night. The bigger issue is that 7 of 14, 24 points, and 24 might behind this conversation, but 7 of 14, particularly that 14, that's nightly. That's not enough, especially in a game like this. Perfect.
Right.
He knew he was facilitated and knew his role. Everything. Everybody was in a groove. When they need you, it's often still 7 of 14. You about killed me the other day for mentioning that I thought De'Aaron had played well in the first half. I said the other day, like it wasn't just 24 hours ago that I said De'Aaron had played well in the first half. And you're like, no, he didn't. He needed to do more. And in the flow of the game, you're right. In that type of game, he needed to do more. But looking back on his last 12 games, he's at 21.8 points per game.
We'll give him 22.
Okay. He's at 22 points per game. He's at 16.8 field goal attempts. So it's a little higher than the 14 I referenced a minute ago. But he's at 80% from the line.
Some good stuff right there.
So 4.9 assists, probably a little bit lower than we had hoped. This is over the sample size of the last 12 games. Now I understand, and I'll set you up to handle this. There are a lot of flaws in looking at. There's a lot of flaws in being a stat hoe. Copyright Morgan Reagan. Because stats don't tell the story of the game.
Yeah.
And I understand there's a bigger story to this, but there's something I took away from it, and it was actually after we talked earlier this morning. I was like, all right, I know Kenny's not feeling these stats. And do you want to elaborate on that?
Say I am feeling the stats. The stats are fine.
Mm-hmm.
The stats are fine. The numbers are fine. He's playing better basketball for sure. I don't have any issues with the numbers. Some of it goes back to like what the expectations are, right?
Yep, 100%.
So like I came into the season looking at De'Aaron as like a 25 and 8, 25 or 9. And when I say 8 or 9, I mean assists a night. He's pretty far off of that. Shooting wise, he's doing okay, like field goal and 3-point wise in this 12 game sample size. And his free throws, 80%. That's about as good as I can expect from De'Aaron Fox. So the numbers are fine. I don't think I'm not going to sit up here and he's not playing good. It's just bad stats. No, he's playing okay. He's playing good. I'm not even going to say okay. He's playing good.
In an effort to not, sugarcoat what we're seeing here, in that same stretch of basketball, the Kings have lost by 19 twice, 18, 27, 25.
Oh,
so again, I want to bring full context to this. But you mentioned expectations, and when we hung up earlier, it dawned on me like why this stood out so much, and this was the part I couldn't figure out if you were gonna hate it or love it. We wanted De'Aaron to be Dame. And I know everybody knows where I'm going with this. Those are CJ's numbers.
That's a bar right there. That's a bar. Okay, Dame, that's a bar.
But we love CJ. We love CJ McCollum, right? Everybody spent the whole offseason telling us if Tyrese Halliburton could beat CJ McCollum, imagine how great we would be. Man, CJ's really good. He's one of, if not, he might be the best player in the league right now, and this is without thinking about it. Who hasn't made an all-star team?
Yeah,
he's got to be up there. He's in the conversation, right, if you want to make arguments for other people. But I think that's why these numbers stood out to me so much. It was like, and this goes back to the original epiphany. Kenny Caraway,
the very first one.
Kenny Caraway teased it on social media, didn't tell me what it was, stepped out on it and said, I had an epiphany last night, and told the world the Kings need Dame Lillard. And it was like, okay, that's great, Kenny. Well, nice job, partner. And now it's like, wow, he's right, because we know we need Dame Lillard, but the true purpose of what you were saying, we need that caliber player because we're not sure that De'Aaron is it. De'Aaron is solidly in that CJ McCollum spot. The flaw in this is we don't have Dame.
Right.
We need to go back to Kenny's epiphany. We still need Dame Lillard.
We need Dame.
And this isn't like, I feel like we've spent too much time knocking De'Aaron Fox because we want him to be Dame Lillard. He is a great basketball player.
Yes, 100%.
But we wanted him to be in that like elite tier of basketball. And I'm not trying to be funny with the word elite. We wanted him to be at that the Devin Booker type scorer. We wanted him to be in that. He wanted
to be an all-star.
Yeah, him to be that.
CJ's not an all-star.
Maybe I'm not giving up on this by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe he's not that. I'm going to go with the line of maybe he's not that yet.
That's fair. That's fair. I when I say he's not it, or I don't think he'll reach that level, or I'm not sure he'll reach that level. That's not to say that he can't. And the more frustrating thing to me with De'Aaron is skill-wise, he absolutely can reach that level. I think his skill level and his ability, he 100% can be on an all-star level. Where he's willing to push it, I don't know if it's there, right? Like, because I think last night was a perfect example. Last night was to me, just watching it, it was an ideal game for De'Aaron Fox. And I say that because even though he didn't score at the level of like a Dame the way he wanted to, I felt Tyrese Halliburton's fingerprints were all over that game. I thought his energy and his aggressiveness and just the way he was in tune to that game, I thought that set the table and set the tone for everything last night. And it allowed Fox to not have to do that and to ease his way into the game and kind of score and pick his spots when he wanted to be aggressive. And I think in a perfect world, in a perfect sense, like on a perfect team for De'Aaron Fox, that's how he would like it. I think he would like to be CJ to someone's Dame. And I know that comes off as dismissive or disrespectful or anything. I promise you, I don't mean it that way in any type of way, because not only do I think De'Aaron Fox is super skilled, Dame just said it. We love CJ. We think CJ can go. He's a vital part of any success to the Blazers or any team that he goes to moving forward. But I don't think that De'Aaron wants to be, and I've said this before, wants to be the guy that takes 21 shots a night. You know what I mean? And is going to just keep shooting and keep attacking until he gets it right, because that's what the team needs from him. I don't think, like, he might do it from time to time, but I think that's out of his comfort zone. I don't think he really wants to play the game that way or be a part of a team that way. So that's a hell of a call by you that he's CJ, and that's not a bad thing. We just gotta either find and mind you, needing a Dame is to try to get to the Western Conference.
There are
final.
29 teams that need Dame.
Right. And that's to try to get to the Western Conference final. Remember, Portland, people were always talking about them as a dark horse finals type team. Like, that's what that is.
Yeah.
So to get to the 6 through 10 or 8 through 10, I don't even need a Dame. Just give me another CJ.
I was just about to ask you that.
You know what I mean?
If you can get someone, if we stop looking for De'Aaron to be Dame Lillard and start just trying to surround him with people who can help him be De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
If we can look to surround him with guys who can that maximize his skill set and he can maximize theirs, which is what I think we all hoped would happen with Tyrese and De'Aaron. And it looked good last night. But again, much like, Donald was talking about earlier, I need to see it again Saturday and then Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I'm going to see it next weekend. In the weekend, you're going to have to show me something more than once to believe it's going to work over the long term.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And look, you brought up the comparison. I don't know if you actually brought it up or did we just talk about you bringing it up now that I think about it. But I think we just talked about it. So you can expand on that if you want. Devin Booker. And
we never got to it. We never got to it.
Well, if you want to break it down now, like what you meant by that.
So we were talking, Kenny and I, the three of us were talking yesterday, and I had mentioned I was trying to, because obviously we didn't get to anything other than cleansing our souls yesterday with the Kings, but I started to think after that loss, because it's bad, and like, all right, do people look at De'Aaron like, or will people look at De'Aaron like, we've got to get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento? He's just wasting away there, which is the Devin Booker line, right? Mm-hmm. And I think there are so many, and I hope you understand what I mean when I say this. I'm not talking about Monty Williams and Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the the longer inclination of the Phoenix Suns.
Right.
That group, how similar are they to Sacramento? You've got, like, how angry were you last year when everyone was talking about, oh, it's a movie in Phoenix? Like, them fools just showed up.
Yeah.
They ain't been going to watch that team. When they go, they chant at Robert Sarver to sell the team.
Yeah.
They don't like their owner. They don't go to the games. Does any of this sound familiar?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They made the right coaching hire. They were able to get, I mean, a hell of a once in a lifetime, probably free agent.
Mm-hmm.
And it all pieces fell into place year number one, and we saw what they were able to accomplish last year.
Yeah.
But leading into Chris Paul becoming a member of the Phoenix Suns, before Monty Williams became the head coach, it was, we got to get Devin Booker out of there. We got to get Devin Booker out of there. So I went back to look at some of Devin Booker's numbers yesterday and figure out, like, how close are they? Like, would we get to the point where people are screaming, we've got to get De'Aaron out of Sacramento? He's just so talented and he's wasting away there. Devin has been an elite scorer. He's been a really good scorer for a very long time, virtually since his second year in the season. And I thought, man, let's say his second year in the season, his second year in his career, second season in his career. And I mean, he hit 26 points in his third year. He went from 13 to 22 to 24, 26, and so on and so on. I was like, man, that's De'Aaron ain't. He ain't at that point. Like, he ain't doing that. He was pretty close last year. I mean, he's hit Devin Booker numbers, but then there was something that stood out to me. Devin Booker got there without shooting threes, at least without shooting them effectively. He's a career 35% three-point shooter. His best season shooting threes is happening right now through 21 games. He's never shot higher than 38%. And that's still higher than De'Aaron. But the point being is, Devin Booker got to these 26 points or 24 points. He got to this level in which he was recognized league-wide as an elite scorer without shooting threes. De'Aaron doesn't do that. We're screaming, De'Aaron's got to get this three-point shot down. De'Aaron's got to get this three-point shot. Does he? Does he really? Are we sure that he does? Because that's the flow of the NBA game today. We feel like he has to. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please. We appreciate everybody who's checking in with us today on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. If you're on the Odyssey app at 1320 a.m., we appreciate you so much for being here. We're sending you to see the Kings versus Memphis coming up in 55 minutes, top of the 2 o'clock hour. We've got that for you. We're guest free today. The phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320. Partner, go ahead.
So two things with that. I remember, thinking about talking about that yesterday, and then also something that you said today that got me with that. So with Booker, you're right. He's not this super 3-point shooter. Booker has a skill set in a game that he can rely on and that he can go to. Ramsey talks about it. His mid-range game is he's mastered that mid-range game. He has mastered it. And then the other thing about it, shoots 88 to 90% from the free throw line. Yeah. So that's a 3-level score. Even if he's not like this great 3-point shooter, he shoots it well enough that you're not going to just leave him open. So that also helps with his attacks to the basket, which helps with him being able to stop on a dime and pull up. He has a skill set that is refined to a level that right now, at least, De'Aaron's offensive skill set it's not refined. Like, he doesn't. If De'Aaron has the game where he can catch the ball in a triple threat with a guy guarding him, rip through one dribble, pull up, cash out like a Devin Booker can, then that's when his game will go to another level. De'Aaron doesn't have that right now. But to another point that you made, because you're right, their paths were going very, very similarly, right? And what happened, I feel, is Phoenix was able to get a guy in there that's not only the ultimate game changer and the ultimate franchise and culture changer in Chris Paul. On the court, they got a guy in there that allowed Devin Booker to do what Devin Booker does best and just be Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to be LeBron, or he didn't have to be Kobe, or, I need to be this leader. I need to be the guy that gets everybody involved. I need to score 25. I need to make sure, he didn't have to do all that. Chris Paul came in there and he said, Devin, you just be this master shooting guard and you be great at that. And I'm going to take care of everything else. Monty Williams, I'm going to take care of everything else. And they brought in a guy or a group of guys that just simplified everything for Devin Booker. And that goes back to what we just talked about a little while ago with De'Aaron Fox, last night's game being a prime example. Tyrese, I'm not trying to start no mess or anything like that. I'm just saying it. Tyrese was the one who was all over that game last night, in my opinion. Just seeing his energy, the way he was initiating the offense a lot of the time, setting guys up. He is the one that put his fingerprints on that game. And
De'Aaron benefited from that.
De'Aaron benefited because De'Aaron could ease his way into things as opposed to coming in, De'Aaron, I need 25 and 9 from you tonight, else we can't win. You know what I mean? I don't think, at least right now, he's not ready for that. He can't handle that right now and have that be winning basketball. They've got to find a guy, whether it's Tyrese, it's probably somebody else. It's probably somebody that's not there right now. I'm almost certain of it. But that will allow De'Aaron to do whatever De'Aaron needs to do to be successful. Where De'Aaron, I've said this since he was drafted. I said it multiple times on here. I think in a perfect world, De'Aaron wants to score about 19 points and have 8 assists tonight and facilitate and make sure everybody's good and pick and choose his spots. He can't do that on this team because they're not going to be successul.
You said the same thing about Tyrese too.
Yeah, Tyrese wants to be about 13, 14 points a night, 8 assists, and timely assists, things of that nature. We need these guys to score. We need De'Aaron to score 25. We need Tyrese to up it to like 17 or 18. And that's not, I think they'll try.
I think Tyrese can get there.
I think they'll try. I don't think that's in their nature. I think if they chose a way they want to play basketball, it wouldn't be what this team needs from them. And you need a guy like, for instance, he's not there or he's not able to do it right now. But like on the flip side, for needing 20 points or something like that, Marvin Bagley would be like, the way I want to play is you give me the ball and I score 23 a night.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Buddy Hield, same way. That's the way they need a guy like that.
Yeah.
That is good at it though. That can actually
do it. Yeah.
They can actually bring it to fruition. And that's, that may never come, but that I think would be what would balance everything out the most.
When you talk about things not being in Tyrese Halliburton's nature, and I could, completely be off about this. We got to get Mr. Halliburton back on the show, by the way. It just dawned on me. 2 of 9 from 3 last night. That doesn't feel like Tyrese's bag right there. Not that he can't, Tyrese, I really don't. I think if Tyrese had his druthers, he was not shooting 9 threes in that game.
No, I think he's more of like a 5 3-pointer a night, like shooting 5.
Yeah.
Guy. And I think he's going to shoot the ones that are wide open. Like he might have had to force a couple off the bounce yesterday, and that's not what he's trying to do necessarily.
But to your original point about Tyrese, he'll try. I think he was trying last night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he 13 field goals, 9 3-pointers like that. And they didn't feel forced or off or anything like that. Like they were in the flow of the game. But I think the number that he'll strive for every night is that 11. The 11 assists. Like because when you look around and you see that double-digit number in assists, and he far and away led the team in assists, and you look around and you realize, okay, Harrison Barnes ain't here, and still all 5 starters scored in double digits. Davion came in and had one of his best games of the season. Terrence Davis had his best game of the season, period. That looked like preseason Terrence Davis right there.
TD.
TD is
Let me tell you
back.
about my God. Won't he do it? Hitting open threes. That's only God. That's only him. Terrence hitting open threes. That's only him. Let me tell you about my God.
You'll hear from De'Aaron Fox talking about Terrence Davis. You'll hear from Tyrese Halliburton as well as Alvin Gentry. We've got all of that coming up. Plus, Kings tickets at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, and the phone lines are open for you. We are guest free all day. 916-349-1320 is D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Let's keep those thumbs up coming, man. We're 10 away from 100, and I mean, y'all are in here pretty deep. We could easily get to 200. I mean, they're 221 watching right now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate you guys for
Subscribe.
helping this channel, this show blow up. We really, really appreciate it. So keep them thumbs up coming. If you're not a subscriber, you're new to the show, we appreciate you. Become a subscriber. You can check out all the great stuff that we post all throughout the evening here on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Twitch, it's all there on Twitch too, by the way. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. The same exact highlights that are on YouTube are on Twitch. They're packaged a little bit differently, but they're still there for you to go check out. Twitch is a little bit different I can't navigate that one the same way I navigate YouTube. A little bit different, but we appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. We got to hit this Antonio Brown story out of the commercial.
What do you do now?
He's suspended for 3 games. I'm assuming it's for faking being vaccinated.
And Aaron Rodgers was suspended how many games?
That would be 0. Immunized.
Oh, man.
Misrepresented their vaccine. Oh, boy. Okay.
Wow.
A player who's not even signed by a team is suspended for the next 3 games. Freaking incredible. Like, you literally just ended any chance you had of playing this season because you didn't want to get vaccinated. Like, that was not that you didn't want to get vaccinated. You lied about being vaccinated.
Right.
That's just facts. Facts. I see you just chillax. Yeah, I don't love that. I mean, everybody has a right to go to the game, not to go to the game, but rallying other people. Like, if you go to a basketball game, you enjoy it.
Mhm.
You're going to support the squad. I don't really love the idea of like a fan strike. Like, if you don't want to go, don't go.
Yeah,
If you don't want to watch, don't watch. But trying to start this big movement of where you like, who's that ultimately going to help? What is like is Monty McNair sitting his up? Boy, fans are we've got to figure this thing out. I'm guessing they know. Like, that's just me. I feel like they know they need to get this thing fixed.
Hey, Damien, I got another sneaker question for you.
Mm-hmm. Wow, you're asking me? Thought you were the sneaker encyclopedia.
No, you're the sneaker encyclopedia. You know what shoe that I really latched onto the last 6 months to a year is the Tailwind. I really like the Tailwind. Are you into like the I don't even really know what you call it. You know the Tailwind, right? The shoe.
I'm pulling. Oh yeah.
Is that more like a casual shoe? Like, it's for Nike, as much of a casual shoe as Nike can have, because I guess it's supposed to be a running shoe, but it's not a running shoe anymore.
No. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've been big on the Tailwinds and the 354s. I think they are.
Mm-hmm.
Those are, yeah.
Yeah, they look. I don't have any of these. They're very old school looking though.
Right.
Very, very
They're
old
like the
school.
first Nikes, kind
retro. Yeah. With the waffle iron. Oh yeah, that's legit what it is. You look at the bottom, that's the waffle iron.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I got a pair on today. I just like them. I don't know. Been big on him. And then I got a little situation. I got called again.
You better get him. He ain't with us no more, so you better get him.
No, it ain't none of those.
Oh.
Yeah.
Appreciate you for being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're going to get back to the Kings here in just a moment. Plenty of things we want to talk about. And we want you to hear from De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, and Alvin Gentry. The National Football League announced today that discipline of 3 players for violating jointly developed and administered NFL, NFLPA COVID-19 protocols. Those 3 players are Tampa Bay's Antonio Brown and Mike Edwards. They've each been suspended for the next 3 games. And I bet you're saying to yourself that third player is Aaron Rodgers because he lied about his vaccination status. No, it is some dude named John Franklin III who is not signed by anybody and will be suspended for 3 games the second he's signed by somebody.
Wow.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say John Franklin. They faked.
Well, no, I was going to say,
nothing. Nothing.
Wow.
So Antonio Brown suspended 3 games, and Mike Edwards suspended 3 games. I guess this was because they, according to, I think it was Antonio Brown's chef, he actually purchased a fake vaccination card, and that's how he misrepresented his vaccination status. So I guess the only thing Aaron didn't do was purchase a fake vaccination card because he definitely misrepresented his vaccination.
Now here, and I don't think this is going to come off as caping for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my! I wasn't prepared for that. I'll cue it up. I wasn't ready, but come on with it.
But Aaron misrepresented to the public.
Correct.
There's an argument to be made he did not misrepresent to the NFL. I believe they knew. Somebody knew what.
Well, the way your boy tells it, and clearly it's your boy, the Packers knew. I think it's still open for debate as to whether the NFL knew.
Right.
But it appears the Packers knew. Maybe that's the difference.
And they didn't even get it.
I think the Packers were fined. I need to. Can we? I'll look it up real quick. It'll take.
I think they were fined too. That's trash.
Yeah, maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't. But let me double check. For some reason, NFL fines Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers. Okay, the NFL. This was back in November.
Calm down. I'm talking about OK Pack show. Come on.
Hey, I mean, he heard it. He heard it. The NFL has fined the Green Bay Packers $300,000. And Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was fined $14,000.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Aaron Rodgers lost $14,000 in his car.
Facts.
No, come on, man.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. It made a little bit more sense when Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show.
Oh, yeah, they cleared it all up.
Here's Aaron Rodgers.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. The ramification inflicted on the incision placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic, taken from the Latin word jalapeno.
Thank you, Aaron.
His emphasis on within.
That was Pat McAfee laughing. It was Pat McAfee and AJ Hawk, who was just the most, God bless me, so useless in these conversations. He's just sitting there on the other screen, not saying or doing anything. And it's like, bro, why are you here? Oh. It'd be like D'Lo and Casey doing a show together and me just sitting here doing nothing. Kenny doing all the talking, standing up, got his tank top on like Pat McAfee. Like, what is going on?
Loose-fitting tank top.
Pat, like, what you doing? The SmackDown announcer.
And you know what? I'm so out of the loop on this one. This is this is probably just crazy to everybody. I'm sorry for putting this out here, but what's Pat McAfee's story? Where'd he come from? He used to play in the NFL, right?
Kicker. Yeah.
I don't remember him. What did he play for?
Was it the Colts?
Yeah, I don't really remember him. But I know he used to play in the NFL, but he's
always been
he's
always been a big personality. The ESPN gave him kind of the Ryan Clark gig where he'd come in like on, bye weeks and Pat McAfee got this, big personality, and there was who's going to sign Pat. And I think he went to I think he actually worked for ESPN for a while. And I don't know if he left to go do his own thing or he was future and I don't really know, what happened there.
He's killing it right now. Like he's absolutely killing it between that and being on SmackDown. Like it's not a knock on him. I literally just don't remember him and before like a year ago.
He's entertaining enough to me to be the SmackDown on the broadcast team. Like, I don't have any problem listening to him.
His highlight moment for me on there is when he coined the phrase "broke ass Baron Corbin."
That's funny. Boy, you love Baron Corbin, boy. I tell you what.
When he's rich, he's not as funny. When he was going through it, that was hilarious.
Kenny laughed at you heard it here first. Kenny laughs at people's hardships. Wow, it's a cold game out there. It's a cold game. Here's Antonio Brown explaining why he purchased a fake vaccination card.
We must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection. Now, if I may retain my liquids here for one moment, I'd like to continue the redundance of my quote-unquote intestinal tract, see, because to preclude on the issue of world domination would only circumcise the revelation that reflects the aphrodisiac symptoms which now perpetrates the Jericho's activation.
There's Antonio Brown talking about why he purchased.
Circumcised.
Explaining why he purchased the vaccination card.
That is always funny. Always.
Funny because it's true.
Speaking of the Bucks, though, I don't know if you saw this tweet or whatever. It came from Yahoo Sports, and they were talking about NFL TV TV execs are drooling at the possibility of Bucks Pats in the Super Bowl. They can't wait. It's a dream matchup. And I sat here, and this is before Antonio Brown. I said, I don't think either one of those teams are winning a game in the playoffs, let alone getting to the Super Bowl.
These fools will try to will Aaron Rodgers. We don't feel the same way. Like, I would not be shocked at all if Tampa Bay was there. But these dudes be trying to will Aaron Rodgers into greatness. You said it. You nailed it. I don't even remember if it was last year or this year. Aaron Rodgers is a fantastic regular season quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he never has a defense. That's why he never wins.
I always love Tom Brady, but Aaron Rodgers, he's the best quarterback in the league. Really? Like people change their arguments when it comes to talking quarterbacks. Like it's Brady. Oh, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback in the league, but Brady's the best. What? What do you? Brady's the best. Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback in the league, but Brady's the greatest of all time. But Tom Brady's in the league. What is it? Explain to me again why he's the best quarterback.
A very imaginative.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to hear anymore. I don't get it. Like these dudes love them some Aaron Rodgers, boy. Absolutely.
Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback in the league, but Tom Brady is the best quarterback. Excuse me, circumcised.
Terrible. All right, let's get back on track. Come on, guys. Let's rally. Let's go.
I had
let's get it together.
Question for you, real quick.
Oh my. Okay.
But I don't know if we're going.
I do
there.
not want that Super Bowl, by the way.
Hell no.
Oh, it was a hard pass for me.
Hell no.
That doesn't even work as a Super Bowl. Did you say
No,
Packers and Bucks?
Well, that's why you started talking about Aaron Rodgers. I said Pats.
Oh, you said Pats.
Yeah.
I thought you
I was
said
like, I wonder
Packs
why.
and Butts.
Aaron Rodgers is on his mind.
I
I'm
was
just
like,
gonna
that
let it
doesn't
go.
make, that doesn't make any sense.
No, they said Pats and Bucks. And I said,
that I get.
neither one of them are going to win one playoff game this year.
Okay.
Quote me, Jesse, put it down. The Bucks nor the Patriots will win one playoff game this year.
Okay.
You guys, I take notes on all you guys. This is your opportunity to take notes on me. At 128 on December, what are we? Second?
Second, yeah.
On December 2nd, I said the Pats or the Bucks, neither one of them will win one playoff game this year. Joe, take your notes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. They might beat the Bucks.
Are we doing this? We're really doing this already? Team 6 and 5 right now. We're doing this.
Oh, they're the elite of the NFC. If you look at
they ain't far. they are not far. That is for sure. I'm gonna fall back a little bit, but I'll remember.
Good question. I will. It just depends though, Jesse, because I don't think the Bucks are gonna win. Like right now, I think the Bucks are third or fourth. They're fourth in the NFC. If they played the Rams, they're not. I got the Rams. Like the Bucks would have to play the Washington football team for me to be like, yeah, they're gonna win.
I have to get the Rams too because I picked them to go to the Super Bowl. So I'm gonna. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll definitely go to Tampa Bay and handle business.
Boy, you have gotten really confident over the last 3 weeks.
I hope they win on Sunday though. Don't take me feeling good to say that I'm just like
complacent.
Oh, I'm about Sunday. Boy, I tell you, this is almost the same thing that happened in week 4 when they played. When the Seahawks looked terrible. All right, they came in and I said, man, it's still the Seahawks. They're gonna come in there after this poor performance. I think they had just lost to the Vikings real bad. They're gonna come in there and be ready to play. And they weren't ready to play at all, to be honest with you.
No,
the Niners were beating their ass for the better part of the first half, but the Niners just ended up turning the ball over. So, yeah, I'm not.
Your two favorite teams are pretty similar. The 49ers and the Kings, because you're just like, you win a couple, win one here, win one there. It's like, yeah, you're still really nervous about Saturday.
Oh yeah,
and you're still really nervous about Sunday.
Absolutely.
Kitty's got a nerve-wracking weekend coming up with the Clippers on Saturday night.
At this point in at least in football, at this point in the season, I'm never overconfident. I'm never overly confident about a game because it's just that time of year. Things happen. It's never easy for my teams. Like it's
Russ kind of owns the 49ers as well.
He does.
I don't even know if kind is the right way of putting it.
Yeah, he does. We'll see what happens when he plays for the Broncos next year, though. Or the Giants.
Broncos might be. Speaking of owned, they're selling the Broncos.
Really?
Yeah, I saw this. It's right here on Twitter. You know, Twitter's always right. The Denver Broncos are moving closer to being sold. At least 4 different groups have met with this team. Said the people who were granted anonymity because the details are private. The franchise is currently controlled. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, they're looking to sell the team. There's multiple different groups in play here. I can't imagine that there's a remote thought of them going anywhere. Like I imagine you're buying the Denver Broncos very much to keep the Denver Broncos in Denver.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a story.
Jesse, do me a favor, man. How much are the Broncos worth? If you can let me know. But that just brings up the question: why?
Do you want to put in on it?
I mean,
sell off a couple of them off-whites you got and see if we can.
No, I'm gonna have to find the money somewhere else.
Oh, okay, you can't sell those off. I got you.
I can't sell my shoe.
Yeah. Well, you could continue renting that room out that Rick Ross was taking pictures in last night on Instagram, and I could come floss in there in that champagne room that you got. And See what
This
happens.
guy, man. This guy, knowing that's what his garage looked like. I seen the IG stories. I seen what his garage is looking like.
That was an old raggedy refrigerator plugged in the garage. That's all it was.
But come on, man. So look.
My God.
So I was gonna ask-
$3.75 billion?
Oh yeah, the guys in the chat, they didn't hear that. Jesse says the Broncos are 3.75 billion right now. But I was gonna ask, aside from being forced to, why would you ever sell a team? Some would say it'd be to cash in on 3.5. But like if I was a grandson of whoever owns, like, no, don't sell it. Are you crazy?
Here's your answer. It's currently controlled by the trust of Pat Bowlen, the late owner. And as is the case, not that I would know, but this is the case with really, really rich people. The long-term ownership future has been mired in uncertainty and legal challenges as Boland's children disagree over who should control the team or if it should be sold. So there it is. It's not a kid, it's children. And my guess is one, I don't know how many there are, but there's factions. One wants to sell it and get that 3.75 billion. One wants it to remain in the family. And if there's more, who knows where they lie.
Selling now look, don't get it twisted. You sell, you get 3.5 billion. Your kids are gonna be fine, right? Like
I'm guessing Pat Boland's kids are already fine, but that's just me.
But it's like, who would be on the side to sell it? Because if you, and this is the issue, maybe they can't grasp who has control right now, but it's not a depreciating asset. Like it's making
right.
Money.
It's only going up.
It's only going up, and you're making money yearly.
Yeah. It's also it's not a stock. Like it's a business. You're still the owner. Like you still have a job to do.
Yeah,
maybe they don't feel like they could do the job, or at least. Maybe it's the drug addict son who wants to keep it, and the older, more reasonable, Harvard law daughter is like, no, F no. We are selling this. You are not running a professional football franchise. We are getting out of this business, and then that's where they're fighting. By the way, I know nothing about Pat Boland's kids.
I don't either.
That was a movie example. Don't
Sean in the chat said Pat Boland has 7 kids, so
there's another
majority rules, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe the majority wants to sell it. Maybe that's the answer to that. Wow.
There's gonna be.
If Cheryl Nell Grove owned a team and she decided to sell, I'd be hot.
But aren't you an only child?
Yeah, I wouldn't have to fight.
I'd be pissed too. I'd be pissed too.
Like, no, you're not selling that damn thing. You're not selling anything, damn it.
It's a 1-of-1 vote. Like I'm hit, mom, hand it down. And Cheryl from Elk Grove, I don't think she would make it easy on you either. Like
Cheryl from Elk Grove would be she'd probably be a Jerry Jones type owner. Like she would.
100%.
Radio show every week.
Yeah.
She would be. Nobody would be
firing head coaches.
Settled. Yeah, nobody would be settled in that building because if they didn't get it done, they'd be out. Yeah.
I think Cheryl from Elk Grove would make a very effective Sacramento Kings owner.
I'd love to see it.
Luke Walton would have never have been the coach if Cheryl from Elk Grove was the.
What if Cheryl from Elk Grove is the owner and she inherits Luke Walton? And she's doing her first introductory press conference. Yeah, first things first, we need to get this coach. This coach is bad. This coach is bad.
And that's nice. Like that's Cheryl from Elk Grove talking about Luke Walton nicely by just saying
as
he's
Luke
bad.
Walton is sitting on the podium, and she would say all that.
She literally went up to Kyle Draper and asked him to fire Luke Walton.
She went up to Rasan and said,
went to the media director. Was like, hey, get your coach out of here. He's terrible. Text me a picture of Luke Walton courtside, and the caption read, "This jerk." Yeah, she was not feeling Luke Walton.
Oh
at all.
man, yeah, I need to own a team though. I need to own a team. I need some of that 3.5 Billy.
Man, again, that I mean, you make a great point though. These are not depreciating assets.
Wow. I wonder if they're gonna let Jay-Z get some of the action. Remember, that's why he got into being partners with Roger Goodell. Rumors have it.
Yeah, they spewed all sorts of crap to make that partnership with Roger Goodell not look stupid. Hey, but at least we got the halftime show coming up this year. We got that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was all Jay-Z's doing. I don't know how to transition out of this, so
do we want to go into how the NFC sucks? we could just trickle into how the NFC is bad.
Okay, we could get to Alvin Gentry and Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox coming up in just a couple of minutes for sure. They definitely do. One that's not mired in coked out sons and Harvard graduate daughters. And then there's 7 of them. So God knows how many of them are in bad shape right now.
If I was on the side of the 3 that wanted to, I'd be so pissed. I'd never talk to my brothers and sisters again. Well, after they give me my money, and then I'd never talk to them again.
Again, problems we can't relate to. They're sitting around going, $3.75 billion split 7 ways. Like, come on. What is that even?
What is that? Somebody do the math.
I ain't doing that. That's too many zeros for me. You've gotten to a level of zeros that I'll never have to worry about. So let's just move along.
3.5 billion.
You did bring this up there a moment ago, though, as you were talking about the Denver Broncos, by the way.
Yeah, they're in the hunt.
I was looking
there, or are they in the hunt?
No, they're in the hunt. I don't find the season particularly. I don't find this Sunday particularly intriguing, but the 2 primetime games, I think are actually tonight's primetime game is kind of interesting because Mike McCarthy is out, so I think Dallas is going to win by 50. But Sunday night you've got the Chiefs and the Broncos, and then Monday night you've got the Bills and I think they're my New England Patriots.
Wow.
I think.
Oh, no.
No. Oh,
how convenient is that? Wow. How convenient is that?
Joe Barling.
So can I mention before the season started, I thought the Patriots were going to be back. Maybe not back, but back. And I'm one good performance on a Monday night from diving headfirst into my New England Patriots.
That's a hell of a game, though.
Yeah, it is. That's what I said.
A hell of a game.
I don't think Red Zone's going to be popping this week, or at least I don't think there's going to be a ton of compelling games this week. But the 2 primetime games on the weekend, the Sunday and the Monday, the Broncos and the Chiefs and the Bills and the Patriots, I think are pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. I'm locked in on the night games. Another scheduling note, not this week, but next week. Well, we know this week the Niners got flexed out of Sunday Night Football.
Did you see? I don't know did you see the Lakers got flexed out?
No.
The Lakers and the Clippers were supposed to be in prime time.
They put the Warriors game in there?
They put the Warriors and the Suns on.
I saw somebody joking about that on Tuesday, and I didn't think they could actually do it, but they actually did it.
LeBron, maybe that's what LeBron was talking about when he said there's something fishy going on.
Yeah, y'all ain't no good. That's what's fishy.
Like, yeah, no one wants to watch your team if you're not there. So we're going to put on the 2 best teams in the league.
Early flex right there. That's an early flex.
I didn't even know you could flex NFL game or NBA games. I don't remember.
That is an early flex. They do it on the low. They don't really advertise it too much. They like this one. At least was on the low. It feels like, but yeah, I've seen them do it.
You're Anthony Davis.
No,
you're Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook, and ESPN, your second biggest TV partner, just said, "Nah, we're good. We're good." Jesse says, it's kind of funny. Jesse says LeBron is going to use this as make the Lakers underdogs now. Nobody believed in us. Wow. They flexed us out of prime time.
I'm fueled by the hate.
Something fishy's going on.
Something's fishy.
By the way, $3.7 billion divided 7 ways is $528 million.
Hell no, that's not enough. We ain't selling. No, but that's not enough. 500 million? Look, I'll take 500 million, but that's not enough.
I need to know how old some of these kids are too.
We make like 500 million a year.
They've already got to be rich, like wealthy, not rich, wealthy. Like that money's lasting forever.
Wow. Yeah, for sure.
And you know, the oldest one, like if dad would have just stopped having kids, this wouldn't have been a problem. we desperate.
Another sister in an accident and all this other stuff. It's crazy. Glad I never had to deal with this nonsense.
You're not even supposed to be here. They debated you. You say hurtful things when there's 3.7 billion involved. Beyonce said, of course, stuff goes down when there's $1 billion on the elevator. We'll step out. We desperately need a break just to kind of regroup. I mentioned De'Aaron Fox, Alvin Gentry, Tyrese Halliburton about 40 minutes ago. You'll hear from them. Plus, we've got tickets to see the Kings and Memphis at the Golden Wind Center coming up in just a few minutes here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, no.
See, I told you. I told you.
Oh, no.
Now,
hey, wait a minute.
Now we got 226 people Googling Pat Bolin's kids.
Oh, no. Hell no, man. I just seen the tweet. I just tweeted it out. Arkansas Pine Bluffs head coach called a timeout to make his team run laps. They're out there doing suicides. Fire this coach immediately.
This is the
Fire
stupidest
this
thing
guy
I've ever heard.
Immediately. Wow. It's embarrassing and useless. Fire this guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You could. It's one son. One son. Oh, you know it, dude. Oh, I got to put this picture up.
Oh, no.
I got to put this picture up on the screen. Hang on. You guys got to see this. I don't even have the mugshot. That's not even the picture I have. I have the Hall of Fame picture. Hold on. Pat Bolin's kid. Okay. 2 daughters have filed a lawsuit. Give me a second. Payoff is worth it. Here it is. Here are Pat Bolin's.
Where's the other kid? I only count 6.
Rehab.
Oh, Jesus.
There it is. Come on. Look it. You know which one.
Damn.
Is it another son? So does he have 2 sons? Oh, see, this is Patrick right here. This is Patrick.
So wait a minute. Your guys' theory is he's the one that wants to hold on, and they're like over dad's dead body.
Sean Bolin. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh man, come on, man. Look at Come on, man. How many?
Oh man.
I was only kidding.
Yo, seriously, we had no idea about this family before we started that segment. Son of Denver Broncos owner arrested for DUI and driving over 100 miles per hour. So let me get this straight, Dave. Your theory. He wants to keep the team, and they're like, hell no.
He's probably like, I can run it. I can do it. I can run the team.
He's fighting over control of the team.
I bet you he is. Here, I had the article up. What did the article say?
That's what's been happening for years. He's
Pat
been
Bolin's
control.
2 oldest daughters have put themselves at risk of being disinherited.
Oh my God!
By challenging their late father's trust, which is in charge of selecting the next controlling owner of the Denver Broncos. So that's important. That line is pretty important. The trust is in charge of selecting the next owner. Let's see.
Yeah.
Beth and Amy filed a lawsuit. I can't pronounce. Beth Wallace and Amy Clemmer filed a lawsuit Friday challenging the validity of the trust, which includes a no contest clause on the grounds that their father lacked the mental capacity and was under undue influence when he signed his estate planning documents in March of 2009.
But I'll say this. If I'm in danger of losing my inheritance, well, I'm just going to have to give it to Dan. Here. It ain't that serious for me to lose my inheritance. Here, take the team, run it into the ground for all I care. It ain't that deep.
Pat Boland put the trust in place in hopes one of his 7 children would succeed him in running the team he purchased in 1984. In addition to the 2 daughters he had with his first wife.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now it's getting crazy.
Okay, that there. Wait a second. Let me come. Okay, there it is. Beth and Amy are the first wife's daughters. Boy, there is a whole soap opera going on over on Twitch right now.
Young and the Restless. He talked about Victor Newman. We're talking about Pat Boland.
We're getting to the bottom of this whole situation with the Denver Broncos owners. Now, we're a radio show. We're going to get back to what we do. But boy, it's all starting to make sense.
Man.
7 kids, 2 wives. The first 2 kids with the first wife are the one that's filing the lawsuit.
And I'm just assuming they got to feel like they should carry more weight because they're the first 2. I'm telling you, that's how they feel.
They might, but there's more of the second ones.
Yeah, they're outnumbered.
They're outnumbered.
But the key part that you read was the 2 daughters from the first marriage are, quote, in danger of losing their inheritance.
Yep.
By challenging this.
Yes.
That would end all challenging for me. It's not that serious. If you want to take this team and run it into the ground, go ahead. Just cut me my check every month.
Oh man, that's great. Like, you realize you could lose your portion of the. You know what? It's cool. I'm cool. Good. I'm good. I'm good. Just send me my cut.
That's gonna be a Lifetime movie. You
already know. You already know.
Be damned. Sunday on Lifetime.
Oh man, I swear if Louis Riddick isn't talking about this on their Sunday night. This is Al and Chris. I know Al will bring it up. The Denver Broncos right now are in the midst of a Dallas style controversy.
Dallas, shout out Dallas.
I've never seen an episode of Dallas.
I have. I don't remember it, but I have. I just remember in the intro they would go over Dallas Stadium. That's what I do remember.
I just remember. I just know that Vince McMahon made Jim Ross wear the hat because it makes him look exactly like J.R. Ewing.
Is that really?
Pull up a picture of J.R. Ewing right now, and then pull up a picture of good old.
Hat?
Yeah.
J.R. Ewing. I definitely remember him.
Yeah.
Wow. The only thing that I do remember is the guy who was in Dallas then was on Step by Step.
Yes, he was the one who they killed and then said it was all a dream. I know a little bit about the show. I don't think I've ever, because I think
talk to me about.
I think I saw I watched one of those old VH1 shows where they were like the worst. You knew the show Jump the Shark win. Like when they changed Aunt Viv's, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was essentially over. When I forgot the guy's
Martin
name.
And Gina can be in the same room.
Be in the same room at the same time. Yeah, that was pretty much over. But I remember they brought back everything and said the whole season was a dream.
That's crazy.
Wow. They went through a whole season that was a dream.
The whole season, not an episode. The whole damn season.
Incredible.
Remind you to tell me I don't know, next commercial break. You guys got to watch YouTube. Funny, not funny, just the interesting interaction I had last night.
Oh,
pretty cool interaction, actually. It's not even a negative.
Okay. When do you want me to bring that one back?
We get probably around after the 13th round, after the house show.
Okay.
Now we
I got you.
have the house show. Now we don't have the house show.
Okay, I see. We used to have J Street vibes too, but I guess it's. I gotcha. Okay. Shout out to Bobby Gerald, who's listening to me and to me only, as he tweeted me the calculator shot of the inheritance for each of the Bolin children. Again, I repeat, he tweeted me and me only. Well, I'm dying to know what you did to Bobby Gerald.
Hates me. I don't know why.
Oh, word?
He's got a lot of awards.
Okay, that's our
comes off
guy.
like a year. Last year he won like their version of the Academy Awards or something.
How have we not gotten that guy on this show yet?
We're not sure if he speaks.
That's
No,
true.
actually, I take that back. I saw a video where he's speaking and fussing. And it's
I only know him in GIF form.
yeah,
I only
it's
know the kid with
hilarious.
the calculator in GIF form.
And that boy Bobby Gerald said that.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Bobby, thanks for listening to D-Lo here on ESPN 1320. If you want to DM me what Kenny did, like, let's just get this smoothed over. But Bobby, I love you, fam. We're gonna.
Hey Bobby,
Hey.
I ain't got nothing but love for you, man.
If the Crips and Bloods can come together, we can get Bobby Gerald and Kenny Caraway together.
I ain't got nothing but love for you, Bobby Gerald. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I did.
I'm like Chris Farley and Tommy Boy. What did you do? Man. Boy, this 1 o'clock hour is going straight to hell. We get one alert about this. We get one alert about the Denver Broncos, and that just sets us on a wild goose chase
man.
right here.
That was crazy though.
For those listening on the radio, we found the drug dealer or the drug addict. We found the drug addict in the family. So that's
cleaned himself up, by the way.
I hope so.
It was a while ago.
I don't know. I don't know
I
how
hope
recent.
himself up.
I don't know how recent those pictures were, but they're readily available for you. Money gets in the way of everything. I wouldn't know, but apparently it does. We've got Kings tickets coming up at the top of the hour as we drive this Maserati, not mine, but we drive this Maserati here back onto the road of the Sacramento Kings. We've talked a lot about how well Terrence Davis played last night. De'Aaron Fox did the same thing.
It was great. I mean, TD's a guy that brings great energy, regardless if he's making shots or not. I mean, he's a guy that's going to dive on the floor, take charges, do the little things. So especially when he has a game like tonight and he has the shots rolling, it's definitely a plus for us. We know he can make shots. I think everybody knows he can make shots. So him having a big game like that for us tonight was definitely great.
And it was great that Alvin Gentry rolled with him and let him stick it out, because I was prepared to scream at Alvin Gentry if he left. I would have screamed at Alvin Gentry from my couch if he had let Buddy rock in that in that fourth quarter. But he didn't. He stayed with the group that had gotten him that lead. And before we leave, Terrence Davis, let's hear from Tyrese Halliburton and his thoughts on TD.
Yeah, it's always good. TD is such a great teammate, such a good human being, a great guy. He's always cheering for us. And he wants to see everybody win, man. From the minute he got here, he was just about, wanting to win and wanting to see, his teammates win. And being around a guy like that is amazing. So to see him have some success is awesome. So, I'm happy for him. And, he's just going to continue to do this and, just continue to, be the best version of himself.
Okay. I hope this is a more regular thing, and I'm not. I would love it to be a more regular thing from Terrence Davis, him going out there and scoring 23 points. I'm not expecting that from him moving forward. Yeah. What I do hope, though, that 30 minutes last night, I want to see more of that.
Right.
Give him an opportunity. Like I hated that Luke Walton did this. I thought it was a dumb thing to say out loud, but the Chemezi Metu, and I don't even know that he made it to the end of it. I don't know that he made it through the 5 games. I don't think he did. But
didn't make it.
Metu, you was being evaluated over these 5 games too, fam. But when Luke Walton said, I'm evaluating Chemezi Metu in the starting lineup for the next 5 games or something like that, I don't want Alvin Gentry to say that, but I want Terrence Davis to have a realistic shot. Like, if in the simplest way to put it, let him and Buddy switch spots.
Yes.
Give Terrence Davis, even if Terrence is 2 of 8, Give him an opportunity to play through that the same exact way you give Buddy Hield an opportunity to play through that.
Right.
And see how that carries you and see what that does for him in establishing a rapport with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton and Rashawn Holmes and, right now Chimezie Metu, hopefully Harrison Barnes here pretty soon.
No, I agree 100%, man. I talked about it earlier. We've seen all we needed to see from Buddy Hield being a part of this rotation. And it not only this year, it's the same for the last 3 years. It doesn't yield the results that this team needs or what they're looking for. And give somebody else a shot. Give Terrence Davis an opportunity, like you just mentioned, to go out there, and if he does have some struggles, try to work through that. Try to fight through that. Give him some confidence. You mentioned it with Metu. You don't have to put a number on it. When you know it, you'll see it. When it's
exactly,
like, okay, I've given him enough. Now it's time to move on. But yeah, give him
Buddy 3 seasons.
Yeah, give him an opportunity because, like I keep mentioning, we've seen what Buddy has to offer, and you said it perfectly earlier, and this is a nice way of saying it. For this team and this roster, the way he plays, it does not work. It does not translate to wins. So let's find something else.
Yeah, because we keep talking about, and rightfully so, trades and moving on from this guy, moving on from that guy. Well, why don't we just increase someone's role who's already on the roster? Someone who I assume Monty McNair thought was going to have a bigger role, certainly, than he has. Like, I'm looking at TD right now. He had a stretch of 6 games where he played once. 6 games played once. Then coming out of that 6 games, he played 28 minutes in the triple overtime game against Los Angeles. So he played 28 minutes in that game, 29 minutes in the regulation game, and I don't think this is going to shock anybody. 29 minutes is by far the most he's played in a regulation game this year. He played 25 in the 5-point loss to Phoenix, and outside of that, most he played was 19 minutes, the second game of the season at the Golden One Center, the home opener at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
So
and Ginger Vegan King says TD seems shaky, guys. I don't know. I understand that. TD is not a sure.
I thought he looked better last night, though.
He did, but he, like, in totality, he's not a sure thing. Like, you don't know necessarily what you're getting from game to game with him. And even like if this spawns him to have a good next 7 or 8 games, history says with TD, after that 7 or 8 games, he might have 3 or 4 games where he can't hit the side of the barn. And then, like, he's an up and down type of guy.
I've actually seen him shoot and hit the side of a barn before.
My grandmother used to say they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. With what?
The sad part is Terrence Davis has actually hit those. Like, he's actually hit the broadside. Like, there's no barn in sight, but he's managed to hit it. Like, damn. Come on, TD.
But but I'm willing to see what he can do, because the one thing about him that kind of separates him from Buddy, in my opinion, is if the shot isn't going, the jump shot isn't going, he not only will take it to the bucket and get out in a break and take it to the bucket, he'll also defend. So he may not be hitting shots, but he can still find a way to contribute to the team if he's locked in.
I want to dig a little bit further into that, but first, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're so happy that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome those listening everywhere in the world on the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM in Northern California. We've got tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings right now. They'll be taking on Memphis December 17th. And caller number 3 gets the hookup, 916-349-1320. Save that number anytime you want to talk. Save it as your favorite radio station. But again, 916-349-1320. Caller number 3 will get you tickets to see the Sacramento Kings and Memphis at the Golden One Center. Is there any value to, I mentioned what Luke Walton said publicly about Chimezie Metu. which I didn't agree with, and I wouldn't agree pulling Metu aside either and saying, okay, you've got 5 games to, kind of establish your identity. I wouldn't do that. But is there value in Alvin Gentry pulling Terrence Davis aside, saying, hey, we know, kind of been all over the place this year, but I think you can help us. You're going to get a sustained run. Don't worry about being, yanked if you miss a shot.
Mhm.
You might be pulled if you miss the defensive assignment.
Right.
You might be pulled if you're not running the offense.
Right.
But don't worry if the shot's not falling. We want to give you an opportunity to get out there and work. Because I felt last night you put up that message over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320 about him looking a little shaky. And I get that. Like I completely agree with that. But he looked comfortable last night.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's gotten kind of pulled aside, now last night could be a total anomaly and he could be playing 13 minutes on Saturday. But if he got pulled aside, and you could tell me from a player's perspective, if he got pulled aside and said, yo, you're going to have an opportunity. Do what you do on defense. Follow the plan. Don't worry about missing shots. Just get out there, play loose, play comfortable, and you're going to get an opportunity to stay on the floor. Is there value in that as a player?
Oh, 100%. 100%. It takes the burden off of you to feel like you have to make every shot.
You have to make everything, right?
Where your playing time isn't predicated on makes or misses. It's predicated on your attention to detail on the defensive end. And to me, I always felt, well, that's easy. You know what I mean? Like to just pay attention, stay locked in on the defensive end, that's easy. As good of a shooter as somebody may think they are, or, a bucket or whatever, you have off nights. You can't make every shot every night. You're going to have nights. Joel Embiid last night, MVP candidate, 3 is 17 from the field. Like you're not going to hit. So if it's just about your makes and misses, that can be problematic. But if you're sitting there saying, hey, I could go 0 for 4, but as long as my rotations were on point, I'm making life hard for the guy that I'm guarding, that's going to get me time. I'll take that. Absolutely. And to know that out front, that there definitely is benefit to that if you're somebody like Terrence Davis or anybody out there.
I just noticed last night that he looked, and maybe in maybe the cause and effect isn't being pulled aside by the coaching staff or the coach. Maybe the cause and effect is that the shot was falling, and as it did, he got more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And while I've tried to skew positive, especially after the 4+ hours that we had yesterday on the show, I do look at the game last night and go, man, that's awesome. I don't know how often those types of games are going to come around. Like
In general or for Terrence Davis?
For everybody. I mean, for the Sacramento Kings. I mean, the Kings still aren't good defensively. Like we were kind of sold a bill of goods as it pertains to them on defense. And now it feels like, and this is the dumbest thing you could possibly say when it comes to professional basketball, we're completely relying on them to make shots. Like they shot above 50% last night.
Yeah.
That's an outlier on the season.
Yeah.
And so if we're headed into Saturday thinking, okay, the way that this team is going to win games moving forward is they've got to shoot 50+%. Fam, I'm not. This is why Donald, who called earlier, feels the way that he does. I don't care that they won last night. I'm not settling into that, because that even as that game wrapped up, I was like, all right, cool. Boy, is this sustainable? Like, is this how you can win games moving forward if you're this team?
It's you got to find the balance a little bit, or the middle ground, because do I think that's sustainable? No. However, I will say this. I don't feel like they're as bad at shooting a 3-ball as they have been so far this year. Like Terrence Davis is not Dale Ellis, but he's also not 1 for 22 in wide open shots.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Sure. Like he's a better shooter than that. Tyrese Halliburton, I think he's a better shooter than what he's shown so far this year. Fox and Mitchell, I'm not exactly sure. But just take those two alone, Terrence Davis and Halliburton. And if they're making more. They don't have to be insane, but just not be way down below like they have been. That number goes up for being able to shoot and having those type of shooters. So while they're not, I don't think they are what they showed last night, they also don't seem to be a team that's been down at the bottom of the league in these, shooting percentages either. I think they can move up from that and win some games like that, right? Like, you're not dreadful, but you're not like you were last night, but you were still able to get a win. So,
and I wonder, a happy medium short between the, terrible defense and the, higher end shooting, but also when you look around the distribution of points, Rashawn probably right around there. He had 16 last night. Ideally you want a little bit more from Tyrese Halliburton. So it's not everything wasn't perfect for the Kings last night, but it was a nice collective effort from them. Like, and I think truthfully, coming out of the game and this is why I didn't want to take a negative tone, to the day where it's like, oh, okay, it doesn't matter. It's, if they had won, I would have felt differently if they had won last night's game and Rashawn is normal. And I would have felt worse about this game. I know this is going to just fly in the face of everything we've talked about all season. If Rashawn had we could even put Rashawn at 20 and 11 and De'Aaron had like 40 plus and everybody else was lower and the Kings squeak out a win against the Clippers, I would feel significantly worse about that than I feel about this.
Just because they still didn't play a good team game. Would that be
exactly? It feels like, and again, we'll find out what this means later. But it feels like they collectively responded. Tyrese knew he hadn't been playing well enough. Davion knew that he hadn't been playing well enough. And both of their games, Terrence Davis got an opportunity to play, like play, and he took advantage of it. I think the fact that all of those guys responded and De'Aaron just continued to do what De'Aaron has done this year, and Rashawn the same thing, the fact that they kind of filled their roles, a couple of guys who needed to respond did, I feel better about that than I would have De'Aaron Fox getting point number 48 on a buzzer beater at the end of the game.
Nah, I feel you.
Because I'd be headed into Sunday. That ain't happening again.
Right.
Like this feels like, this leaves you more like, all right, you like, what is Davion? Like Davion, the stats say Davion's not a good shooter. Okay, so how's he got to modify that? Well, he still took 4 threes last night. He just hit 3 of them. But he did some other things, getting to the basket. He did some other things with the mid-range game. Like, I know, mid-range city is dead, man, but let some of these guys capitalize off it. Like, again, stats are out there. You're a terrible three-point shooting team. Some of you guys are the worst three-point shooters in the league. Try something else.
Yeah. I wonder, when you talk about Davion, I wonder what's going on with him this year. Because he has these up and down nights where, he's scoring the ball really well. And then you want to talk about the broad side of the barn. Like he's not even hitting the farm. You know what I mean? He can't hit anything. And I just wonder what that's all about. Is it just his shot, his skill level with being able to shoot, or is it like a rookie thing where he's going to have these type of nights, these up and down type of nights, just because he's a rookie in this league? I don't have the answer. I really just wonder what that's all about with Davion.
I wonder how much is, and it's true for Davion and all rookies, how much they like overthink things compared to what he had to do at Baylor. Right? I feel like when you're in college, the game comes naturally to you. Because essentially, obviously, you're playing on a huge stage,
right? But
you're still at the core of what you're doing. You're just playing basketball, right? Like you're playing your game. If fans are there, cool. If they're not, whatever. You're the dude on campus,
right?
Now you're worried about, like, you hear D'Lo and KC talking about arena attendance. You're hearing fans cheering for the other team. Your coach is fired. You're hearing your owner being called. Like, you hear things that you don't hear when you're in college, and especially when you land on a bad team, one that has expectations, not an OKC, not a Houston, not a Detroit, where you can figure out being a pro in your first year without a great concern of winning. Not insinuating those guys want to lose and don't care if they lose. I'm saying the pressure of winning isn't there for them yet. It will be. It's not there for them yet. There is a certain level of pressure, even if it's only 37 or 38 freaking games for you to win here.
It's not Philadelphia. It's not New York. But I've said, just because of what's gone on in recent history, the fact that this is all we got, this is a bit of a pressure cooker here. Like, you're under a huge microscope here in Sacramento with the Sacramento Kings. And that's different.
We're not looking at anything else.
No.
We're not looking at the football team or the baseball team, it's you. We ain't gonna look at an MLS team either, thanks to you-know-who.
Oh, God.
We'll step out. We'll come back. Phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320. We'll take a look around. Oh, I found ESPN had some interesting trade proposals. And I legitimately mean this. They're interesting as they pertain to the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
None of them involve Buddy Hield either.
Why are we wasting our time?
I know, but let me throw them at you. Anyways, we'll do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right.
Where are you? Same place you were yesterday.
Let me get this thing going. Hold on 1 second. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway here. And I want to talk a little bit today about this whole notion argument that's really been going on for years now, literally years at this point, about undisputed lightweight champion. Now, here's how I see things, because they're trying to say George Kambosos, after beating Teofimo, he's undisputed, because they tried to say Teofimo was undisputed because he beat Loma, because Loma was quote unquote undisputed going into that fight. Now, here's the problem that I have with that. Number one, Devin Haney has a WBC championship, and they want to say he won it because of email or he won it because of this and that. He was the WBC champion because Loma vacated the WBC belt at the lightweight division, so he didn't have to face Devin Haney. That's just what it is. The WBC, as they continue to do, they started with Canelo, they did it with Loma, and they'll continue to do it to just be trash. They created this franchise belt, which allows the WBC champ not to fight his mandatory and to fight whoever he wants. That doesn't, to me, mean that you're the WBC champion. You vacated the belt because you didn't want to fight this guy. So they go around and Loma loses and T.O. comes out here and says, Devin's not the real champion. I beat the man. Well, actually, you beat the man that didn't have the WBC belt. So that doesn't make you undisputed. And that's the same thing with George Kambosos. Like it or not, Devin Haney is the WBC champion. And he needs to be respected as such. He was looking to fight T.O. He's looking to fight Kambosos. He was looking to fight Loma. It's not his fault they all ran from fighting him. He's a WBC champion. I hope he faces Kambosos next so they can unify those. They can have an undisputed champion, and we can get rid of all this nonsense. The WBC, I've said for a long time, is doing way more harm to the sport of boxing than they are helping it. And Suleiman and all those guys over there, you guys are looking like trash right now with the way you run your organization. Do better. It's the 13th round. Well, Jay Hardaway, I was going to talk about this, and I guess now's the time because I got to preview the fight tomorrow. This is now the path for Tank to be undisputed. Or close to it. Like, he won't be undisputed because he won't have Haney's belt. But Kambosos is a free agent, essentially. Like, he doesn't have no ties to the promotion. So if I'm PBC and Al Heyman, I'm throwing the bag at Kambosos to face Tank That's going to be easy work for Tank. And then Tank will have all the belts at 135. Yeah, 135. He'll have a belt at 140. He might have vacated 130 already, but he'll have all this hardware. Still think somebody needs to face Devin. I would like to see Kambosos face Tank or Devin next. Difference is George wants to smoke. He wants a legacy. T.O. thought he was the next Floyd and wanted that money. T.O. and his dad were just delusional is not even the word. Hardaway, I don't know, man. I don't like Showtime and them doing that, man. They did that with the Floyd fight, too. They put it on a Sunday. Nah, man, I like the Saturday nights. That pretty much kind of affected me even going to that fight. I had thoughts about going down there to L.A. To go see my man Tank, but when I saw it was on a Sunday, I said, I can't do that. It's a mess. I gotta ask Damien if I could use it. I did see that. Garcia was like, I'll fight him. Shut up.
If you want to take part in the conversation, many ways that you could do it. 916-349-1320. That is the phone lines. And, of course, you can connect with us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320.
We were just talking about undisputed champion in the lightweight division. Do you have any opinion on that?
Rey Mysterio Jr. No, I actually don't like Rey Mysterio Jr. No, I don't.
He needs to go.
I don't.
What's his name? Daniel?
Dominic. Yeah,
Dominic.
Like, I assume you.
The best thing they could do is have Dominic turn on him, and they just won't do it. That's the only thing that would interest me in any storyline they're involved in.
That should be the proper way for Rey Mysterio, who, by the way, was like wrestling in like 1995. Is really like his dad, his son just beat him down, and that's how he has to retire. That's the story. Is Dominic retired his dad.
Look, if I'm booking matches, start it now. Have it at WrestleMania. That's the culmination.
Yeah, build it out. They don't do that anymore, though.
No,
they don't do that anymore. I saw a couple of things pop up here that I anytime you see 5 trades for the NBA, like, okay, these are always fun to click on. I mean, they're going to poach the Sacramento Kings somewhere, so let's see what's happening here. Kings were involved in 2 of them. There were only 5, and the Kings were involved in 2 of them. None of them involved Buddy Hield.
I don't know what these people are looking at.
Anxious to get your thoughts here on these 2 trade proposals.
I want to hear them.
Well, here's one of them. It involves your Dallas Mavericks. Dallas gets Harrison Barnes and Marvin Bagley. Sacramento gets Tim Hardaway Jr., Dorian Finney-Smith, and the return of Willie Cauley-Stein, along with a 2022 second-round pick and a 2024 second-round pick. That's what Sacramento would get for Dallas in exchange for Harrison Barnes and Marvin Bagley in this trade proposal over here on ESPN.com. Says why Dallas needs all of the shooting it can get. Doncic and Porzingis can use another player who either can create his own shot, score, and or shoot. Barnes isn't a playmaker, but he can score, rebound, and shoot. Although he doesn't shoot as many threes as Hardaway, who was signed to a 4-year, $75 million deal this offseason. And then they go on to talk about Bagley, and then he throws this line at the end. If the Kings ever decide to trade Buddy Hield, Hardaway would give them a 29-year-old shooter on a cheaper deal, which is cap. Isn't it? Because it would almost be the same exact deal. Wouldn't it? Because if it's 4 years.
He just signed a 4. Tim Hardaway just signed a 4-year, right?
Right. It's 4 years, 75 million. Oh, no, because this would be
cheaper, but it's longer.
It would be. No, I think it's the same. It's marginally cheaper though. because Buddy, I think we determined is 3 years, 60 left yesterday.
Yeah.
And this is a 4-year, $75 million deal. So I imagine part of that 4 years is this year. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit cheaper. I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Uh-oh. I repeat, Harrison Barnes was involved in this
No,
deal.
that's the only thing that's the only holdup, to be honest with you. It's the only holdup.
Does that fit universal criteria deal if we swap out Harrison Barnes for Buddy Hield? Buddy, Marvin for Tim Hardaway Jr., Finney Smith, and
essentially, yeah. So here's the deal. If you're going to make that deal or you're going to propose it, I mean, really the question is, do you think that you can get better than Tim Hardaway Jr. for Harrison Barnes? I don't know if you can.
You really like Tim Hardaway Jr. for those that are new to the show.
I mean, he's a good ball player. He's I don't want to overrate him, but he's a good ball player. And when they talk about Harrison Barnes, like last year, even though I know the deals were 100% false, like the rumors, they were talking about like Romeo Langford. That's what they were talking about for Harrison Barnes. So if you were able to get a Tim Hardaway Jr.,
that was dumb. That conversation was dumb, by the way. Just to be clear, put a stamp on that. That was a stupid conversation. And I like Romeo Langford. That's a dumb conversation.
No. Yeah, if you're able to get Tim Hardaway Jr., I got to think about it. Harrison Barnes is the one that gives me pause. Like if they wanted to do the real universal deal or all of that, like getting Finney Smith too, because I like Finney Smith, I'd be on that in a second, in a heartbeat. If Dallas wanted to do that.
Can we discuss Marvin Bagley and Luka Doncic on the same roster?
Didn't even think about that.
Here's another one. This one was a little more interesting to me. Because I just looked, because I read the first part like, you've got to be kidding me. But you dig a little bit deeper into it. Here's what ESPN asked. Portland would receive Marvin Bagley III, a 2022 first-round pick, top 14 protected, converts into a 2022 Kings second-round pick, and it gets all convoluted from there.
Wait,
but
Kings are trading, giving that to Portland.
Kings are sending Marvin Bagley in a top 14 protected. This is a hypothetical trade for those just tuning in. Marvin Bagley in a top 14 first-round pick, a top 14 protected first-round pick, in exchange for Robert Covington.
Robert Covington.
All we're talking about at this point is that top 14 protected pick. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Marvin. We're talking about, are you willing to part from the 15th pick in the draft?
And the question with that is, if that deal got you to the playoffs, is it a win? Because that's what is going to happen. The 15th pick, right? You've made the postseason.
Did you
make the real playoffs? Because 15 means you're in, right?
8, right? Isn't it? It's still 8 and 8 after the play-in. So it's 16, 14. Yeah, 15 you're in. Or 14 means you made the playoffs. Yes. 15th is first team out.
I feel like I would do that. Because if you don't
I think I would too.
Yeah, if you don't make the playoffs, you keep your
do
pick.
that too.
If you do make your playoffs, everything is awesome. Like, it's kind of what it comes down to. And I would love to keep the pick, you know what I mean, if I could, but yeah. Wow, look at ESPN.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is not stupid. But that's Bleacher Report's gimmick, is to do the over the top dumbass 50-person 47-team deal. Like that's their gimmick. Like, these guys put some thought into it, and it wasn't labeled as blockbuster deals that changed the league. It was like, no, just 5 trade ideas, that could help all parties involved. And here's what it was Kevin Pelton who wrote this. A Bagley Covington swap makes sense for both teams. Kings general manager Monty McNair was part of the Rockets management when the team dealt for Covington ahead of the 2020 trade deadline, and Covington would fill an important need for versatile forwards with Sacramento, which is currently starting unproven, Chimezie Metu, alongside Harrison Barnes after Mo Harkless struggled early in the season. On the other side, trading Covington seems inevitable, with Nasir Little pushing for a starting job and his contract expiring. Now, that's interesting because I think Nasir Little is out for, I forgot the time frame, and I'll pull it up here. As we talk. I thought it was a month. Yeah, that's what I was going to ride with, too, was a month. So that may make Robert Covington a little bit more valuable to them. Or we could upsell Marvin Bagley and just, hey, guys, this could really work. He just needs a change of scenery.
So there's a Sacramento's fault.
And you guys in Portland have a great history with big men. So we know that you can make this work.
Oh, man, I
don't hate it.
Notes.
I don't hate it.
Make that phone call, see what's really going on. Really would. Because like I said.
Is Robert Covington enough? Is he enough?
Well, Robert Covington.
For the 37th win in the 10th spot? Is what we're talking about.
Here's the deal with Robert Covington. I mean, is he great or anything like that? Not necessarily, but he would help fill that gaping hole that is the 4 spot that you're talking about. Like he's an upgrade from Mo Harkless. Robert Covington right now only averaging 6.5 points per game. And his contract, he's expiring.
Marvin Bagley has a cold. So I'm not trying to be like, he's not playing. Like he didn't play. He hasn't played in like 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
And before that, he's all over the place.
Yeah.
This ain't even injuries this time. It's just they're out. Like
I take a shot. I would do the deal.
You pretty much have to do. You really want to do anything at this point that involves Marvin Bagley, don't you? Just to kind of you want to shut the door or close the book. You want to get out of that.
I want to move on from that energy. The thing about that though is it feels like you would need Buddy and Bagley in a trade to move Buddy. Unless you put Tristan in there with Buddy.
Well, that would be, but that would depend on the type of salary you're talking about. Because I still think you're reaching for that. You still have your Pascal Siakam dream out there.
So if you went with, and I think off the top of my head, Buddy's making $20 million. Maybe you're the team that takes back less salary. Does that make sense? Because they've got to get to 80% or something like that. Now you'd have to find somebody that. The problem with that is you'd have to find somebody that like, I'm okay taking $20 million Buddy Hield and getting rid of PJ Dozier, who doesn't make much money. I'm willing to do that to bring on Buddy Hield. That's a hard sell right now, to be honest with you. But you could do that.
I just want to talk to the general manager that wants to do that. I know this is an unpopular thing to say. I don't blame Rob Pelinka. I can get Russ or Buddy Hield. And I know Laker fans are like, Buddy. It's like, y'all watch. Because y'all ain't going to be chanting for Buddy when he, shoots 2 of 7 in the fourth quarter or 1 of 7 in the fourth quarter in a game that you desperately need.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't blame him. But that Portland one, that gave me. I was like, oh,
that was a good.
That's
one.
Interesting.
That was a good one. Good job, Kevin.
Top 14 protected. That's interesting. I like it. And we're about to. I honestly think, man, starting when that moratorium, I don't even know what it's officially called, on the 15th ends. It's about to go down. I mean, and I don't mean like a trade frenzy. I mean, there are going to be trade proposals, like articles, podcast. There's going to be new podcasts every day about trade proposals and guys who are on the block. Like Jesse just told us, Robert Covington is averaging his lowest minutes per game since his rookie season. So there's a lot of shout out Brian. I got you. The Lakers needed a shooter and Russ ain't it. That's fine. You know who else ain't it? Buddy Hield.
Kings need a shooter too.
I'd rather take what Russ does versus what Buddy doesn't. Because if Buddy can't shoot, he can't do anything to help you. And if you watched the other night, you know that when Russ can't shoot, he finds something else to do. Buddy is incapable of doing that.
And let's just call a spade a spade. People talking about, here we go, we're getting into this conversation again, but talking about elite shooting and they need shooting. The Kings need shooting too.
Yes, they do. That's right.
On the Kings, and the Kings need shooting too.
Yep. That's it. That's it. We sure do. But have you seen how many threes Buddy Hield has hit when there's a defender within 2 feet? It's like 67% and the basketball's on fire.
Flamethrower. Elite.
Man.
Elite, man.
Elite. What I heard. I did go to Twitter last night. I ain't say nothing. I was looking for the fanboys. I was like my girl at church, like
greens, potatoes, potatoes.
Couldn't find them. Them fanboys, boy, they just duck and hide when things don't go well. They just duck and hide.
And look, this is what I say all the time. I can say that because you can find me. You can find. I'm always if I say something bad about Buddy Hield, or I'm not like believing him or something like that, I can come back and I can say, you know what, Buddy Hield played good tonight. Big ups to him.
Yep.
Friday night, I'm out here doing Sacramento Splash, saluting Buddy Hield for some big shots.
Yep.
You can find me. I keep the same. It's all about winning with me. It's not about agendas. I just tell you the truth as I see it. You know what I mean? And if somebody's able to put that back on me and be like, oh, you said he did this and he ended up going off tonight, I'll be like, he sure did. Good game by him, man. That's what's up. But these other people, they just ain't nowhere to be found.
Like you said earlier on Twitter, some people just say stuff and I don't think they realize what they're saying. Here is what Alvin Gentry said regarding the team's response after the loss to the Lakers.
Yeah, I did, and I didn't have any doubt that I wouldn't get it. They're a good bunch of players. They're a good bunch of kids, and I think they want to do the right thing. And I just wanted to remind them that we have to do it on a consistent basis. But I thought the response was great. I thought everybody that we put out there did something to help us win the game. We went to the bench with Lewis King, and I thought Terrence responded well. We had guys that came in and did a really good job for us, and might not show up in the stat sheet, but for the most part, like I said, I thought it was a total team effort.
There's not much that didn't show up in the stats sheet, unless he was referring to Damian Jones or not Damian Jones, Alex Lynn and the work that he was doing out there. It showed in the stat sheet. Yeah. I thought Louis the King played really well. Davion was great, but Buddy was limited in his minutes. I don't think he did anything that killed you.
No,
I don't think he wasn't given the opportunity to murder you last night.
They got him out.
And then the starters, I thought were really good.
Yeah, I thought everybody played really well. Everybody that saw the court yesterday played really well, and they played really well at the same time. There wasn't anybody that played bad, so to speak. I know Buddy was 2 of 7, 0 of 3 from the 3-point line. Like, he just didn't do anything. I'm not going to come up here and just say he was just terrible. He just didn't do anything. But other than that question mark about a performance, everybody else played well that saw the floor yesterday.
You know what? And this may be me, one, being hypercritical of Buddy, which I may be. Two, I felt like I was watching last night's game like really closely. I was watching interactions really closely. I felt like Buddy turned to the bench a lot. I felt like, and this is why I was so interested in what Alvin Gentry was going to do in the fourth quarter. We talk about communication and being vocal. I thought Alvin Gentry was really vocal, and there was one stretch with Buddy. I don't even remember Buddy he didn't like take a bad shot. I don't even know that he was involved on the offensive play, but they come back on defense, and as much as he can, because this isn't Alvin's personality, he was getting into Buddy a little bit. And Buddy was talking back, and there were 2 times on the same possession on that side of the court that Buddy and Alvin were talking, and both times, and I don't know if this is a coaching mechanism or what, Alvin drops his head and he puts his head in his hands like, why are you? And I don't know what is going through his mind at that time, but he puts his head down and he looks back up and he talks back at Buddy, and Buddy is talking back to him. So we talk a lot about accountability. Maybe this, Alvin, I think, even though he's been a head coach in the past, he's been in this league, for a very, very long time. He's been the head coach on many different occasions.
Mm-hmm.
He's still establishing his voice with this group, and maybe last night was his maybe the breaking point. Unfortunately, we had to get there. What was that Lakers game? And now he's like, all right, I'll be a different version of Alvin Gentry. Moving forward. And maybe he did that in the Laker game, and maybe he's done that in all of the games he's been coaching, and I had noticed. But last night, it really, really stood out to me.
Yeah, it just felt like he wasn't gonna mess around.
Yeah, right.
Like, we're not gonna mess around. I think what they
I'm
have,
not going to be tight.
9 guys that played last night. I think it was it? What's that? 9.
It was 9. That was 9.
1, 2,
Buddy, Davion, Louis King, and Alex.
So yeah, like, and if Buddy wasn't showing him, or anybody wasn't going to show him what he was looking for in that first stint, he wasn't going to be so quick to go back to him just because of this is when he's supposed to come in or whatever. Yeah. Tyrese played 40 minutes last night. You know what I mean? Tyrese, 40 minutes out there, he was going, he was cooking, he was giving the energy that this team I felt needed coming off that loss against the Lakers. And Alvin just was not going to play around. That's a guy who's been around the league, maybe understanding like, they need this one. We need to get this one. We can't mess around. I'm going with who's playing well. And if I find a group of guys who are playing well, I'm just going to ride them. I'm not going to go to the traditional rotation. This guy comes out at 9 minutes or whatever. We just going to let this thing ride a little bit because we need this win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they played like they did, and they got the win.
Mm-hmm.
Now follow it up. What y'all gonna do next? Because we looked ahead at this schedule, and this isn't about like the records of the teams that they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
They have a really interesting like group of opponents coming up, like a group of opponents that is like Orlando's in there, whatever. We're not even going to talk about what that game could or couldn't be. Like, they play Orlando. We'll leave it at that. Obviously they've got the game against the Clippers coming up on Saturday. But once we get past that one, there's the Orlando game in there. And then there's the Raptors. We've already seen the Raptors beat up the Kings.
Yeah.
But then there's Cleveland, which is a really interesting team the first quarter of the season.
Mm.
And then there's Washington, which we all want to believe what could have been. I don't think it's quite that simple, but you have the guys who were Kings for all of 30 seconds in our mind before they weren't. But even with that, that roster kind of reconstruction over there, I didn't expect this from Washington a quarter way through the season. So they have like you look at the schedule and you go, oh, okay, it's Orlando, Cleveland, and Washington. But when you like look at Cleveland and Washington, it's like, yo, is that for real? Like, are either of those teams, like, are we talking about them in April?
I think Washington we are.
I would have bet money that was your response. Yeah.
I'm confident in that one. The other one, I don't know about them guys.
Well, Orlando's not there. I'm not going to gloss over any team that the Sacramento Kings are playing. The Orlando, the Magic are whatever. The Kings got to figure out a way to win that game. I just Washington, it's muddy. They're second in the East.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cleveland's 12-10.
Yeah.
And they've already Cleveland's already fallen off a little bit from where they were. They regrouped and they've won their, I think they've won 2 or 3 straight. But no, I didn't expect that.
Not at all.
We just expect Cleveland to be down there with Detroit.
Right. They're playing good basketball.
And they're without Colin Sexton. So there's some interesting things ahead for the Sacramento Kings that we'll dive further into. Go ahead.
I was going to say, is there any possibility that it's 4 games, right? Or is it 3? It's 4. Toronto, Cleveland, Orlando, Washington, right? That's the road. No, Orlando's home. So it's 3 games. But I'll just say, because they're Eastern Conference, that group of 4 games, could that be what people hoped that last 4-game road trip was?
I ain't doing that.
No, I'm just saying, because it's a situation where I don't expect them to go 4-0, 3-1. I'm not saying that. But if they were to play well, it's like, oh man, they could gain confidence from it. Because I don't look at those 4 games and be like, they should go 3-1, 4-0. I'm like praying 2-2, because just stay status quo. But if they were to come out of that, play some good basketball, play some surprising teams, they could gain confidence from something like that. And this team plays well on the road.
I had to laugh. They play really well on the road. I had to laugh for a minute because I just realized as I'm going through. There's a lockout in one of the 4 major sports that began today.
2:43. It is a crazy lockout. It's
and it could be lengthy too. We'll talk about that. Harrison Barnes headed down to Stockton. We'll discuss that as well as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's for real. Yeah. Y'all didn't hear that. Jesse said we did a segment on Pat Boland's kids before we touched on the lockout. Oh man, I watched a little bit of I watched a little bit of Dynamite last night, and we're throwing people through burning tables. Dude, Cody has hit like a legit, like he's hit a stride with this character that he's playing right now. I'm digging him. Like he's like leaned heavily into this. I kind of love what they're doing. I kind of love what they're doing with Cody, Daniel Bryan. I think they're doing some good stuff. Letting some guys. I finally feel like Punk is finding a groove too. Like he hasn't had that before. Like he's finally found it. And I know the line about MJF and the Miz, which is very funny because I think I hit my man Chris and was when because he was big into MJF like before I was like super familiar. And I was like, yo, I mean, he's got like some Miz tendencies, but like Miz to like the 10th power. And I don't think there's anyone in wrestling right now like MJF. But I thought that exchange, that promo exchange with them was really good because MJF is really good on the mic. It's kind of an unofficial house show right there. I'm trying to dive into it further, but man, it's weird. Yeah, no, not this one. I'm just, it's hard for me to dive into it, man. I'm trying. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, I see we got someone begging for attention in the chat. I see you. Okay. Fam. Yeah, Brody, you're fucking with the wrong group. You might want to fall back a little bit. Like you're messing with the wrong chat house. You might want to step back a little bit, fam. But hey, welcome to the show. We're happy that you're here. Enjoy it, and appreciate you took time out of your day to come hang out. No, in fact, I will not. I will absolutely not even consider it. Now I'll give you this, and we've said this 1,000 times. Buddy works his ass off. I'll never, ever question that. But the rest of that sentence you got up there, boy. Steven. I think you're just trying to mess with me, Steven. You're trying to mess with me. Hey, you know what it is, Bear. Just get that thumbs up. I told you ain't here messing with the wrong group, boy. See? I don't agree with anything Cole says. Like literally nothing. But my man Cole, he's telling you, crazy. Oh, 100%. Yeah, oh yeah. Come on. Everybody knows that. I feel like I'm realistic with Russ. Like I know Russ has his shortcomings, but I love that dude unconditionally. What can I say? But I feel like I talk about his game fairly, though. I don't think like I'm out here talking about he should win, MVP. But I love you, Stephen Brown. You can get away with silly stuff like that.
What's Stephen Brown doing? BTS.
Come hang out with the best community in sports talk, man. It's the chat house on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. The chatty house all popping. They got their own shirt over at DLO1KC.com. We should do a sale. Kings won last night. What am I doing? The Cyber Monday +2 sale ended, and I was like,
yeah,
well,
they missed. I'm saying no, they missed that. But our people, the Kings messed it up on Tuesday. But we might do something though, because our peoples, you know what I'm saying. Look out for them.
Shout out! We sold shout out, man. Whenever you buy this one particular item, you need to be shouted out by name. And this is again. Now I'm getting this can't be a Christmas present. Shout out to Michael. I believe the fourth known OK Drake Flow shirt is in the streets.
In favor, I mean, do I need to run it back? Do I need to have today's Drake Flow run back?
Oh, we doing it twice?
I mean, for the people that missed it.
Can I get an encore?
Come on, man. More? Come on. Kings win.
Wow.
Hey. At the people over at Home Depot on Antelope, waiting for the bars. It's 3 a.m. Look. Who can I trust and who's working against me? Cause I can lean back and yet jealous one still envy. But who's love? Shout out to Tyra, had my heart on a string. Buy diamonds and pearls, still love don't cost a thing. Look, Kings drop 124 on the clips. No PG though, sitting on the bench, cornrows looking sick. T hit open threes. Look at God, won't he do it? Won't change the fact that emotional stress, we trying to sue him. Yeah, emotionally stressed, still trying to sue him. Second time around wasn't as good.
I was gonna say the second freestyle sounded exactly like the first one.
Yeah, because the bars were written.
That's like that used to make me laugh every time I heard Biggie about to drop a freestyle. Yeah, I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8. Like he said it like I've heard that freestyle 10 times. I was like, I don't think this is a freestyle.
I heard that freestyle 10 times. That's like when I'll never forget. These are my boys now. At the time, I didn't like them, but when Cameron was in the booth at Rap City, and he was doing a freestyle, and Jim Jones and Joel's were echoing all the ad libs to like his punchlines. It's like, wait a minute, it's a freestyle. How do they know this is the word that's going to come?
That's weird. That's odd. Yeah. Freestyles ain't always free. They ain't always off the top of the head. But thanks for dropping that a second time. It's good. We don't know
do that whenever we have Drake. Well, we gotta go later in the day as well because people are busy. I'm willing to do it twice. It's not gonna be new bars. I'm willing to do it twice.
Okay, old bars. Let's go. Let's get him in there. All right, you got it, man. Drake Flow dropping twice. Drake Flow dropping twice after Kings win.
Yeah,
that's where we're at because we don't know where the next win's going to come from. The Kings play Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Monday. There's precedent now for a Saturday Drake bar session.
And that would be a true one because they wouldn't have a loss to anger me before that. So it would be a true, they won on Saturday, Drake bars on Monday.
Dropping Drake bars after that loss to Memphis was a bold move by you.
Yeah. I got caught up in what happened on Friday. I said, regardless of what happens, Drake bars is coming on Monday. And then they got beat by 30.
So what happened was KC wrote the rap Friday night while drinking the Sacramento Splash and looked at it and was like, this is too fire to let ride. Like, we're doing this on Monday. Oh, man.
Hey, shout out to Aceberg Slim. It usually comes with some crazy facts that aren't facts. This was a fact. It says, little known fact, Kenny was going to rap at the Black Expo in downtown Sacramento. This is true. I was going to. Ace is in a group, and his partner, my cousin, had decided just not to show up. He's like, I'm not going. He said, what are you talking about? We got a gig booked. He's like, I'm not going. I don't want to do it. And then I was like, he's like, well, I'm going. Like, what are we going to do? I was like, I'll rap his verse. I'll do it. And I didn't know any of the words at the time. So I tried to learn all the words like perfectly in about 3 hours. And I was ready to go. And then the other cousin, Naughty G, he's like, all right, man, I'm at the airport. I'm on my way. I'm coming. I was ready. I was about to perform at the Sacramento Black Expo. True story.
Oh, man. That's great. Shout out to Joe Martinez. He got his OK Drake Flow shirt. He's not in the Shad house. He listens on the radio, man. He's out there making them deliveries. Joe, we appreciate you, buddy. Here we are, 2 hours and 54 minutes into the show. We've covered Pat Boland's kids. We've speculated on which one might be a drug addict. We've gone over
it is the 50 at a DUI.
That was the only story we pulled up.
The two other daughters were like, oh, hell no. It's not going to him. It's not going to him.
Oh, man. And then, so here we are, 2 hours and 55 minutes into the show. If you're unaware, there is a lockout, one of the four major sports. Ooh. Ramsey, I know you're out there, fam.
Yeah, Ramsey's not in the chat. He might be online.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ramsey hasn't called yet. Like, Ramsey, you might not be seeing baseball for a minute. What the A's do? Did they just bought like some site to build their new stadium, alleged new stadium in Las Vegas? That joint might be built before you see baseball again.
For real. I mean, what's my man's name? Fareed, I think it's Fareed. Anyway, he's like he was a baseball or a reporter for NBC Sports Bay Area. Ahmed Fareed, I think that's what it is. But now he's like with the big NBC. And when the news came out yesterday that the lockout was official, he just tweeted out, see you guys in 2023.
Yeah. This has been
is ugly.
This has legit been like 2 years in the making. This started during the first pandemic, like when the pandemic first started. Baseball was supposed to be like the first one back. And they couldn't get themselves together to get back and play baseball and be the first and only sport going. They couldn't get out of their own way. It started at a 120 game season. Then it dropped to 100. Then it became 80. They finally got to 60 before it was like, look, we're either doing a 60 game season or the season's not happening at all. And they got to the 60-game season. The Dodgers won the fake World Series.
Very fake.
And they played this whole season knowing this moment was coming. They said they went to the negotiation table yesterday, and the meeting between the league and the union ended 7 minutes later.
Wow.
3 minutes longer than Brian Kelly talked to his team after leaving them as they're still fighting for a conference, still fighting for a college.
Shout out to, I need to get his name. The guy who was named the coach at
Marcus Freeman.
Marcus Freeman, like, it's not even interim. Like, he's the next coach.
Official?
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Okay.
He's the coach. He got the gig, man. So big ups to him. But with the baseball thing, you talk about how they couldn't get it right during the pandemic and they got to 60 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when they got to the 60 and they decided to play, it was, all right, we're going to do this. We'll see y'all in about a year and a half. Like, it wasn't even like, all right, we came to agreement. They're like, they both needed some money. They both wanted to cash it. They're like, all right, let's get this little money real quick. Let's get this 60-game schedule money. We're not cool. Like, don't get it twisted.
Oh, yeah.
We are not okay. We're not cool. We'll see you guys in the negotiating table in a year and a half. And now it's a year and a half later. And I don't think there's going to be any type of teamwork or common ground being worked here. I think the owners are going to try to destroy these players.
The union's proposal this week included playoff expansion to 12 teams and the ability to put patches on uniforms. The players remain steadfast in their desire to remove artificial restraints on free agencies, get players paid more at earlier ages, fix service time manipulation, and address tanking. Somebody tagged Tim Maxwell in this article. Before the meetings, the league had proposed a 14-team postseason in a package that included an increase of the competitive balance tax, and then it goes on and on and on, gets into a variety of numbers. But the gist of this is there very likely won't be baseball for a very long time.
Man, that is sad. It really is sad. You're going to go the summer without baseball. I'm a guy that still loves baseball. I love watching baseball. I don't think we're going to get it in the summer. I'm pretty sure this is how it goes. That means no minor league baseball. So that means 2 out of the last 3 years, no minor league baseball. They got shut down during the pandemic, and they'll be shut down now as well, as long as Major League Baseball is in a lockout. So that's going to be insane. And let me ask you, Damian, do you think baseball can recover from this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're always talking about the demise of baseball. But regionally, it's always going to have a stronghold in certain markets.
Real quick. Ramsey says minor league baseball is unaffected, so they will be playing minor. Good call. Good call.
Good. I think where they really lost people prior to the big steroid boom of the mid 90s was that, like, you lost the World Series. Like, you lost, you know, that if they're gone as long as we think they are, like, if they're legit gone the year and there's no baseball, there's no World Series, that's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough to recover from. But again, I'm not naive, like, to where we are. I don't know how many people even care about this conversation that we're having. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's Giants fans, there's Dodgers fans. In St. Louis, they ride with the Cardinals. In Chicago, North Side, South Side, it's Yankee, it's Cubs, White Sox, Yankees, Mets. Like, you can pick. I even think stretches in Texas have big baseball regions. And then you start, like, Seattle. I don't think Seattle cared before. I don't think they're going to care after. I think you start hitting some of these other markets in baseball, they're just not going to care.
Part of me, when I think about this, like, when they tried to come back the first time, you mentioned they lost the World Series and everything, it was almost like a certain type of naive nature to society where it was like, I can't believe the greed of these guys arguing over money. How could they? This is a kid's game. Da, 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 da. It almost feels like that's what it was. In 2021, we all know what time it is. Like, we're not surprised by people arguing over millions and billions of dollars. And I think that's what hurt the game a lot the first time, was that, oh, this is the American dream, the pastime. No, it's big business now. We all know that. Maybe we didn't know that at the time and we were hurt by that. But now we know it's big business. And when they get this figured out, I think they'll come back the same. I don't think obviously not going to help them. But like you mentioned, regionally, San Francisco, Giants come back, they're going to do well. They're going to do fine. The Dodgers come back, they're going to do fine. New York, the Yankees come back, they're going to do fine. Boston, the same way. So I don't think it's going to hurt the sport, but obviously it's not going to help. Like, and the one thing that you will have to worry about now, though, if you're baseball, is the summers be popping.
Yeah.
Basketball is going into late June. The summer league is crazy right now. You got things like the big three. Football is more of a 12-year or 9-month sport than ever. Like, people might just forget. Like, they may have an opportunity to live without baseball and be like, oh, I can do this.
Summer league gonna get even bigger. Like, between free agency, draft, summer league, yeah, it's gonna be popping. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We welcome those on Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate those on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. And partner, it's good to be king. Shams tweeted, Lakers star LeBron James has been cleared from health and safety protocols to return on Friday versus the Clippers after testing positive, but since registering multiple negative COVID-19 tests. Something fishy was going on.
Something fishy.
For those who don't get that reference, LeBron James tweeted something with a series of fish emojis is going on yesterday. But yeah, LeBron James has been cleared, and he'll play Friday for the game that was moved off of ESPN early this morning. On Friday night, the game was moved off of ESPN to be replaced by, I think it's a game people would rather watch anyways, but you know, LeBron has a fan base. It's the Suns and the Warriors.
Well, as he says, is ESPN going to flex it back now?
It's good to be king. I'm just
if they move the game back, come on. King James.
Oh, just
if they moved it back, come on now. There's no disputing King James. He's only behind Mike at this point.
Yes, ESPN will put out a press release. We didn't actually move the game
per se.
Your sources were wrong. We didn't move. We were discussing options for this game, and do any minute there's going to be a release. Like, yeah, the Lakers. No, it's just on ESPN2.
I saw a tweet from our guy Marcus Thompson, who has not been on the show. I don't know why, but
I don't know text messages no more.
Oh, this is true too. But he was talking about how I don't know why. I don't know what they have to change, but because the Warriors Suns game got moved to national TV, they had to take up the court that they already had down there, and they got to put a different court or a new court down a different spot. I'm not sure why, but they were taking up the court. So what if that was the case? They had to take up the court, put the new one down, then they get the message that LeBron's back. ESPN goes, we're going to stay with Lakers Clippers, and they got to rechange the arena in San Francisco all over again. Because of
they would probably, I feel like they would do just like one of the multicast. Maybe what are Peyton and Eli doing? Let's get Peyton and Eli to watch the game on ESPN2. Let's get them to watch a basketball game on ESPN2.
We didn't get a chance to talk about this because it was before Thanksgiving. It was getting those two fans in Indiana out of the building was 100% the right choice when LeBron was there and they were saying whatever to LeBron. But the visual is kind of funny of LeBron rising up.
These two right here. These two right here. Out. Hey,
he low-key power walked. Karen walked over.
Oh, yeah, he did. He sure did. He went LeCaren and was like, hey, right here. This is like Cedric the Entertainer. 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Up, player. Out of here. Why do all of those people have the same stupid ass look on their face when they're getting thrown out? Because someone had just gotten thrown out. It was a Kings game.
Oh no, it was after it was Memphis. Somebody was talking to Tristan crazy.
So that was after the
That
two
was on Sunday.
and it was just the one guy, right, in Memphis who got thrown out.
Yeah.
And they all sit there with this stupid look on their face. And that was a great visual for the radio. And then they get up and leave, and the girl does the. I swear, it should be like old school wrestling. They should get. They should get punched in the face.
Yeah, man.
Not that I advocate violence, but
I would
need their ass kicked.
I wouldn't obviously I wouldn't have hit him, but they would have got every word in the book right back at him.
I love that. Obviously, of course, yeah, LeBron would hit him. I love Joe Decker. I don't know that you would get this line completely, but I love that Joe Decker says, LeBron, I declare myself COVID free.
Is that an office line?
It's an office line. It is. I declare bankruptcy. You can't just say you're bankrupt, right? I didn't just say it. I declared it.
I haven't gone back to the office yet. I got to go back.
I know you haven't.
LeBron
LeBron James.
I had to watch Power, and then I had to watch UOP versus Davis. And I haven't finished the game, so nobody tell me what happened. I didn't know Damon Stoudemire was gone from UOP. He's in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. He was doing some good things at UOP.
LeBron James has had multiple rounds of negative tests since returning to Los Angeles from Sacramento on Tuesday evening. It appears the initial test ultimately was an inconclusive result, or as some would say, shams. And if he was a real one, he would have tweeted this: a fishy result. I can't wait to hear how ESPN is going to handle this. Lakers and Clippers moved out of prime time. It's not like the Suns and Warriors is a bad choice. I'm sure that did monster numbers for them, but it is the King, and you've got to answer to the King when you move him out of prime time.
Yeah. Can I? This is kind of off subject, but I don't know if we'll get to this, and I wanted to get your response to this. I was listening to a discussion about Josh Norman and the 49ers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about how Josh Norman has kind of gotten a bad rap this year, where he's been a little better than people give him credit for. They're like, oh my gosh, Josh Norman, he's just staying. Why did they go get this old guy who can't play? He hasn't been great, super penalized, but he hasn't been bad either. And he has the most forced fumbles in the NFL. So Diggs with the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say about his season?
It's good. He's had a good season.
He leads the league in interceptions, right? I don't know exactly how many. He leads league in interceptions.
The fact that he's a Dallas Cowboy and they're getting interceptions is amazing, but
everybody, I think universally everybody would say that. He's had a really
good season.
Pro Bowl season. Leads the league in interceptions.
Oh, for sure.
Do you know how many yards he's given up?
Oh gosh, no.
734 yards in the year. He also is one of the most penalized cornerbacks in the game.
Now that I knew the penalties part. Like, yeah, I knew the penalties part. I didn't know that he's given up that many yards.
Giving up 1,000-yard receiver when it's all said and done.
There's still a ton of football left too. Well, like, how does that rank against other cornerbacks, though? Do we know? Like, is that like
the yards is probably one of the worst, but
yeah, that's a lot.
yeah, the yards is one of the worst. The penalty, Josh Norman's up there with the penalties too. But it's just like it's crazy. The whole argument to that though was not to get at Diggs, but it was to say like it's really hard to play cornerback. And even when you think you're having a great year, the way the game is played today, interceptions doesn't always tell the story. Or if a guy has a bunch of penalties, it doesn't always tell the story with somebody like Josh Norman. Like Josh Norman has actually been solid for the most part. But you see his penalty numbers, and they're like, he's always committing these third down penalties. So I wanted to get your reaction to the Diggs, the yards.
I didn't know he'd given up that many yards. It's the Saints and the Cowboys tonight. I expect the Cowboys to win by 50 with Mike McCarthy out because of COVID protocols. He's no LeBron James. He can't clear himself of COVID quickly.
No LeBron.
Do you want to bring your Twitter convo to the radio?
Sure.
It's the conversation around tanking is fascinating to me for a variety of different reasons. Kenny got involved in a conversation with our buddy Tim Maxwell and some of the crew over at the King's Herald, and I kind of saw that. I was like, there's probably a discussion here worth having. Let's have that discussion, and we'll do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh. Yeah, Diggs is an elite cornerback.
I see that. Like he's had eight COVID tests since Saturday. All came back negative. They working overtime on this one. No. But by the end of the day, LeBron will have been tested 100 times.
Bron. Yeah, I really am interested to see what they do with Friday night, though. There's no way they could put that on there. Oh yeah. Good call. Maybe I'm the only one that knows anything about this, but I go to Reese's practice. We got practice or whatever the case may be. And there's a new kid there, okay, I help coach the team. Shout out to Coach Derek. He's the head coach, but he's like, I'm not doing this if you don't help me. I was like, all right, well, I'll help. So new kid's there. New kid's dad, Darrell from The Challenge and from Road Rules. Anybody familiar? The Challenge it's kind of jumped the shark a little bit, but The Challenge
I've seen it. Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you the characters, but
Darrell was famous while on Road Rules, but
was there a particular moment?
No, he's just kind of always there. Like he's always in the challenges, and yeah, see these guys. Darrell's a good dude. He was a cool dude too.
Said Road Rules.
Yeah, they do now because they don't have any more real world shows. So when the challenge is really popping off, they had Road Rules.
Okay.
And they would.
I recognize him for sure.
Yeah. You kind of see he doesn't have a moment, but he's always there. But now that they don't have the real world anymore, they just take like these legends from these shows and they redo the challenge over and over again. I used to really like the challenge. Challenge is still cool, but yeah, I used to really like the challenge. Nah, good dude though. So his son
that's cool.
Might be playing with us, so that's pretty cool. And I saw him, and I think I've seen him around before because he's lived in Sacramento for a while. He's from the Bay Area, and I saw him. I was like, man, I know you from somewhere, man. He's like, I know you too from somewhere. I was like, you be in the gym? You hoop or anything? I was like, nah. And I was like thinking, I was like, nah, I know him from somewhere else. I know that dude. And I asked him, I said, we on the real world? It's a random question to ask somebody. We on the real world? He said, I was on the road world. I was like, Fred, yeah, you was on the challenge too. It's like, yeah. It's like, my guy, you a legend.
That's cool, man. That's dope. That's dope.
CT, yeah, CT. That's the might be the Jordan. No, actually, Johnny Bananas might be the Jordan of the challenge, but CT might be LeBron. All Stars too. They do some wild stuff now. Like it used to be just like an extension of the real world. Like they get drunk at the house and then have them slide on ice cubes and who can ever slide further. Now they're like hanging off of cliffs and stuff. It's like, yo, it's not even funny. It's just stressful to see these guys doing it.
That's funny.
Miss McTeen is the lick. West Side is the click.
Can't get enough of this.
Oh yeah, CT beat the hell out of somebody one time. CT, like they really fought. CT beat his ass. Oof.
Y'all, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, could you do that? I see. I think we had about 150 or so ish. 51. Appreciate y'all. You ain't got to go nowhere, but with the commercial free into the top of the 4 o'clock hour. No Kings basketball tonight. No Kings basketball till Saturday. But that doesn't stop us from getting back to the Kings as a conversation. We were talking about the game last night. We've talked quite a bit about the Kings getting the win last night. And it's nice. It's cool. It's positive. It's good vibes. Run it back. Just run it back. Run it back. Do it again. But I want
the Clippers on Saturday. I'm saying it right now. I think they beat them.
Okay. I feel like I've been pretty good in my calls on the Kings this year. I had them beating Portland, which I was really lucky to get that one. I don't want to make any calls because then I'll ruin it. I'm glad they got the one last night. Clippers, as everybody is very aware of now, they play the Lakers on Friday night. And then the Sacramento Kings will be the second night of a back-to-back for them. So they'll basically be in the exact same position that the Sacramento Kings were in last night. Harrison Barnes headed down to Stockton, not to hang out with Deuce and Mo, but with the team being off today, it looks like he's trying to get some work in before to kind of give it a test to see if he'll be able to go this weekend versus Los Angeles. Now, I'll say this. Obviously, I'd love Harrison Barnes to be back on Saturday, and maybe it's the perfect opportunity to bring him in there and get him back on the floor. Of course, it's always a caveat. Like if he feels great, let's roll.
Yeah.
Do want to point out though, off today, off tomorrow, play Saturday. They don't play Sunday. They don't play Monday. And I think the first game back is it Tuesday or Wednesday. I will be able to answer that in 1 second. It's Wednesday.
Against Orlando.
It's Wednesday versus Orlando. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, man, that's if he's close enough to coming back, if Harrison Barnes is close enough to coming back to go down to the G League, to go down to Stockton and get some work in. I mean, maybe it's worth like, hey, all right, if you feeling good, all right, cool. We don't want to take any chances. Let's get through Saturday. And then we'll ramp up the intensity over the course of the next handful of days, and we'll get you ready for Wednesday.
Yeah, I think that might be the plan of action. Man,
it's worth pointing out that could already be the plan,
right?
Because they're off today, like off. There's no practice. They'll practice tomorrow, and then you have Sunday. I gotta imagine they're gonna have 1, possibly 2 days off. Probably just 1 before the Orlando game. He probably can't have days off. Like he's got to test it, and I'm sure he's rehabbing every day. And maybe the plan is already to test for Wednesday. We're just looking at the first game, which is Saturday.
Yeah. See, the only thing that's giving me pause, the only thing that I'm trying to figure out here is, are they in a position to do that?
No. Very much not. But if Harrison's healthy enough to play. Like if he feels no, I'm good. I can go.
Right.
Let's go. If it's hey, Harrison is back Saturday on a minutes restriction, don't no. Because to me it feels like you're still uncertain. Like you're gonna go. That almost feels like we're gonna go out and see how it feels. No, don't do that. Because I don't want to lose him for Wednesday or Friday or the upcoming stretch of games. Like if that's where you are, wait till Wednesday. And again, it's not like, oh, we could beat the Clippers without him. I know they won yesterday. Paul George wasn't there. I'm assuming he's going to play Saturday. So if he can go, great. But I don't want to rush him back though.
I understand.
I don't want to rush him back.
I understand. So
that's why HB is headed down to Stockton to get some work in.
That's a good call too. That's what the G League is for. Real quick, real quick. Gotta do something real quick, just for a quick second. I need to clarify something because I got bad information.
Oh my.
Trevon Diggs, I apologize to you. He's not giving up 700 yards so far.
Oh, boy.
He's only giving up 142 yards.
Boy, that is a big difference. Fam, where do you get these?
I don't know if we ride with this dude. So I don't, I can say because he's kind of a natural guy. Mayoko said that. Now, maybe he was obviously he was being super facetious, but he didn't laugh. He was like dead serious.
Huh.
So I'm seeing 142 over 11 games played, which is still like top 10.
That's not the same as, is it really?
Yeah, it's like top 10 worst in the league.
Really?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th worst in the league. Somebody named Avery Williams. Wow. 354 yards given up in the air in 9 games. He's the first.
Goodness gracious. See,
the Cincinnati Bengals have 2.
Someone heard the earlier segment. Someone heard that earlier conversation we were having, and they're telling all their friends that Trevon Diggs has given up 785 yards this season.
Oh, blame Matt Mayoko. Because now fact. I'm doing the same thing.
That's what we do. Blame other people. And I blame Tim Maxwell, as Kings fans can do for so many things. I actually don't blame Tim Maxwell for roping me into this Twitter thread because it wasn't Tim Maxwell. He was just doing what he does. He put out a graph that says from 2006 to 2012, the Sacramento Kings and the Philadelphia 76ers were both below average to bad teams. In 2013, the Sixers, quote, changed things up while the Kings stuck with their same plan. Here's how they've done through that time. And he has a graph that kind of coincides what he's saying. But Tim is very pro-tank. As many of the people at the Kings Herald are. So he's establishing that the Philadelphia 76ers tanked. And because of that, they're so much better now, and they're championship contenders or whatever you consider the Philadelphia 76ers are. And here we are, same old Kings in Sacramento. And then I kind of followed this thread that you and I got roped into, and you partook. I did not. But there were questions about prioritizing the draft and different things like that. And there's this other response from Tim that says, personally, I would say the Kings haven't prioritized the draft, meaning tanking. They've just been bad, nor have they prioritized winning. They haven't made any trades to significantly improve the team. They've ridden the fence with this core to no avail. You say, so because they didn't tank, that means they didn't look at the draft and getting that right as a priority. Our man G Wiz, Greg, follows that up with trying to draft the right guy isn't the same as prioritizing the draft. Prioritizing the draft means optimizing how high you pick in the draft. I'm going to cut it off from there. Far from the end, but I'm going to cut it off right there.
Once or so started. They've had 40 responses since then.
There have been quite a few, but I want to zero in on something. Can anybody, and I think Philadelphia is included in this. So we believe tanking works.
Some people do. Tim, Greg, Sacktown Tony, I think that's the other guy in there. They absolutely believe tanking work. And they almost like kind of skirted around when I would ask them. I was like, since this is all about numbers and odds, You guys have the numbers that tell me the odds say they are in favor that tanking is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And they would never really give me that because that's false. Tanking, the numbers aren't in favor of that. In theory, it makes sense. That's what I told Tim. In theory, like I understand the idea of tanking. Like it makes sense. Like just lose so you can get the best player or get a chance at the best player. That makes sense. But that's not how this thing works.
But there's something else. Like see. I'll look at this. I want to go to this note here on Twitch right here. Yes, look at Atlanta, Dallas, Phoenix, and Charlotte. They all tanked. Hang on. And they're all playoff teams. Okay, they all tanked and they're all playoff teams. Atlanta, Dallas, Phoenix, and Charlotte. Phoenix is a playoff team for two things: Monty Williams and Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with tanking. Monty Williams is Chris Paul. Chris Paul is why Phoenix is a playoff team. Dallas, okay, you want to ride with Dallas. So we're talking about tanking. The Sacramento Kings selected number 2 overall in the draft. So what you're telling me is you wanted the team to be worse, so the guy who got that pick wrong could have made more picks at the top of the draft. And in this time frame, that this was the thing that got me the most. Mm-hmm. In this time frame that Tim Maxwell was talking about on this particular graph for the Kings Herald, there were like 3-4 different regimes of general managers. God knows how many coaches in this time frame. This organization can't pick any sort of direction, and you want to influence them to lose games on purpose, bruh.
And
this is where that whole line of thinking misses me.
And then when we got Emil Trill talking about Atlanta, Dallas, Phoenix, and Charlotte, the Kings have had multiple top 5 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've done what you wanted to do. They've been at that top of the lottery.
They just got them all wrong.
You got to get them right. You got to get it right. Atlanta had 1 in the top 5. Dallas had 1 in the top 5. Phoenix had 1 in the top 5. Charlotte had 1 in the top 5.
And let's talk about Philly for a second, because this seems to be the model of tanking. I'm just looking through the vision of 2021. Philly isn't where they are because they tanked. Philly is where they are because Joel Embiid. And it's Philadelphia. You're going to get people to go to Philadelphia before you're going to get people to come to Sacramento. You also have a better structure of an organization there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because they tanked. You drafted Ben Simmons number 1 overall. I liked Ben Simmons. Tell me how that's going. Norland's Noel, I think, is in here somewhere.
Jahlil Okafor.
Jahlil Okafor is in here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's not pretend like the Philadelphia 76ers tanked for 5 years and hit home run on pick after pick after pick after pick, and that's why they're here.
Hell, tanked once and hit. Like that's what these people are talking. They're like, just tank this year, and that's the answer. Like Philly tanked for like 5-6 years and got like 1 pick right. The other thing about this is, I wish I still had the notes, because we were talking about this last year on this show. And I read the numbers. They want to have flow charts and probabilities.
How did we forget this one?
Markelle
Fultz.
Yes.
For goodness sakes.
Yes. They've had, Greg is sending me flow charts of probability of star and all, and all this other stuff. Damian, let me know if you remember this.
Mm-hmm.
I took the 16 teams that were in the playoffs.
Oh, I remember this.
There was 2 teams that had top 5 picks that they had drafted in the playoffs. Everything else was somebody else's top 5 pick, or the guys weren't even, like, I think Utah was on there. They didn't have a top 5 pick on the roster, and they were the best team in the league last year. Phoenix was another. They had 1, DeAndre Ayton. Chris Paul wasn't there. Devin Booker was drafted 20th, I think was the case. Milwaukee's another one. Milwaukee didn't have a top 5 pick on their roster.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a small market. You talk about a small market right there, not Sacramento not being able to attract free agents. Milwaukee did it that way. San Antonio did it that way for years. People always bring up San Antonio with Tim Duncan. Fam, that's because David Robinson broke his foot. Mm-hmm. Like, they weren't saying this is the model. Tank is the way. No, David Robinson hurt himself. He was out for the year. And then they said, let's just go this route, which makes sense. That's fine.
And the idea was, without David Robinson, we can't win a championship. Our only goal is to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
We can't win one without him. So let's go this other route. And it worked out pretty well from them. One time. Once. Not 5 years. Once.
One time. You know what I mean? So I understand the thought of tanking. And Tim asked me straight up, he said, regardless of all this stuff that you're talking about right now, what would you do with this team? Would you be opposed to tanking? And I said, when that conversation was originally brought up, I said, no, I was against it because De'Aaron Fox in his 4th year, you don't need to go winning 11 games with a 4th year De'Aaron Fox. Like, that's not okay. Now, because I'm not exactly sure what this team is, and I'm ready to blow up this core, and I don't know if De'Aaron is this franchise guy you're looking for. Not saying I would do it. I'd be more open to it. You know what I mean? But it still doesn't guarantee you much of anything. It really doesn't. Like I said, people talking about tank for top pick and raise your chances and your percentages and all this other stuff. The Kings have had 2 top 5 picks in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what you want to do. Have top 5 picks. Get the top talent. They've done it twice. More than Dallas, more than Atlanta, more than Phoenix. And they're nowhere near where those teams are.
Mm-hmm. And in this stretch, they've had, what was Tyreek 4? Thomas Robinson was what number again?
I think he was.
I was almost going to say 3. Was he 3?
No, I want to say 5.
Okay, 5.
More
More top 5 picks.
Yeah.
More picks you got wrong. Now, the one big difference could be for those who really believe in Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell would be, yeah, but now we've got a guy who can get the right player. You've got a guy who can get to the top of the draft. That's if you're, and again, it's an interesting conversation. It'll always be an interesting conversation. He was 5th overall. My bad. He was 5th overall. Thomas Robinson was 5th overall.
One of those guys that the Kings got in the top 5 isn't even necessarily the wrong player. Like, they got a really good player in De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, he definitely wasn't the wrong player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, definitely not.
So you actually,
Thomas Robinson was. I didn't mean to insinuate that. Thomas Robinson was the wrong player.
You weren't, but I was saying like, top 5 player, and now you've got a guy that can pick the right guy. Well,
I got you.
I know one time he didn't pick the right guy. The other time he picked a player that's just fine in De'Aaron Fox. When I'm talking about Vladdy, so he got a guy that you would want to get at that spot, and it still hasn't yielded you anything.
It's just looking at this draft right here for Phoenix. Phoenix drafted Josh Jackson right before the De'Aaron Fox went. And we can just completely ignore the fact that Donovan Mitchell was drafted like 8 slots later, and Bam Adebayo was drafted 9 slots later. But yeah, let's go ahead and tell me more about how Phoenix built through the draft and how where they were last year doesn't have anything to do with Monty Williams and Chris Paul.
And you can make the argument the Kings actually did tank that year.
Yeah,
they traded Boogie and pointed on the rest of the season.
So what's funny about that too is obviously hindsight is 20/20, right? And everyone can see. I can see clearly now the rain is falling. But let's not pretend some of y'all weren't like, yo, we trade Boogie, it's gonna unleash Willie Cauley-Stein. Let's go. Oh, and Willie, I remember it vividly. That first game after DeMarcus Cousins was traded, Willie Cauley-Stein with the game of his life. Oh, half a game out the playoff spot. Not play in, the playoff spot. The 8th seed. Oh, it was lit. Oh, that I told you so crowd was popping. Dark Cloud, get his ass out of here. I told you, let's go, Willie. And then the Kings lost like the next 9. and then Tim Maxwell tank mode was in full effect. Trading Boogie is going to unleash Willie Cauley-Stein. And don't act like some of y'all didn't say that.
It was out there.
You did.
It was out there. The thing about the whole tanking argument, I don't have a problem, once again, with the idea of tanking.
Yeah.
The thought, like it's I get it. It's fine. But to act like the Kings are where they are because they didn't tank, that's just ridiculous.
I just don't. I understand. Like, it's the idea of you're drafting higher. Okay, in theory, that's 100% accurate. I just don't see the evidence that it works. I'm just looking at De'Aaron's draft right now, and we did this exercise a couple of months ago. Markelle Fultz, Lonzo Ball, Jason Tatum, okay, Josh Jackson. Then there's De'Aaron. Then there's Jonathan Isaac. Lauri Markkanen is in here. Frank Ntilikina, Dennis Smith Jr., Zach Collins, Yamans, Malik Monk, Luke Kennard is in here. And then there's Donovan. And then there's Bam Adebayo. You know what I mean? Like, you can do this, and I assure you, we have with every draft where you go through. And I know for us, it's frustrating because it feels like when the Kings miss, they miss big.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte, Detroit, Dallas, they all missed on Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks, they missed on Donovan Mitchell. I mean, I think the Kings have the unique distinction of actually missing him twice with the deal at 10 with the Zach Collins and the Blazers, that whole deal.
And I wanted Malik Monk at 10. I pair these boys up.
I know you did.
Yeah, I wanted Malik.
I know you did. You still want Malik Monk now.
Malik Monk was kind of cooking on Tuesday too.
I was fully expecting Malik Monk to be the one who beat the Kings.
This half court shot
both nights, Friday and Tuesday. I was expecting him to be the one to beat them both nights.
But look at that particular draft, Damian. 3 of the top 5 aren't even with their team anymore.
It's true. Yeah, Lonzo Ball been on 2 teams. He's on his 3rd.
Josh Jackson's on like his 6th.
I need confirmation Josh Jackson's in the league.
Maybe not 6th, but he's with Detroit.
Well, that's kind of like not being in the league.
In a Buddy Hield trade, I wouldn't be mad at getting Josh Jackson back in return.
Okay.
I'm mad at that.
So maybe we should put some terms on a Buddy Hield trade. I want Buddy Hield out of here too. Maybe.
Look, no.
No, and I changed my mind. I'm not gonna say what I was thinking out loud because right as I was about to say that. No, that was dumb. I ain't gonna say that out loud. Never mind. Never mind.
Like, there should be no restrictions on a Buddy Hield trade because we don't even want the guy to be playing.
It's true. That's my bad.
That could be worse than not even wanting him in the game.
Yeah, that's my bad.
But yeah, man,
I kept that phrase to myself.
The tanking thing is not why Kings are where they're at.
Jill just tagged me in a tweet. You wanted Malik Monk. Jill just tagged me in a tweet from the draft in 2017. Still like Mitchell at 10. I mean, the first general manager to listen to Jill Hatch is going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I'm being pretty good shape.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think? We still got a little time. If you want to chime in the chat or on the phone. Tanking, are you a believer in the tank? Like you mentioned, there's no evidence of it actually working outside of Philadelphia.
And
that's a true tank.
But I think that's a manipulation of the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think tanking, unless you want to tell me that they didn't tank in Joel Embiid. Like, I guess they tanked the year before they drafted Joel Embiid. But like that's the pick that changed everything for them.
Mm-hmm.
And but Joel didn't play year 1 or 2. I don't think he played till his 3rd year.
Right.
So you drafted the guy who you were probably building around. So were you tanking in the 2 years between you drafting him and him playing, or were you bad? You know what I mean? Were you a bad basketball team, or were you still in the so-called process, which ultimately I think all this boils down to is a stupid ass nickname that losing got in Philadelphia, and it was run with.
And the thing about that as well is with the Sixers, you guys mentioned it a little bit when we were talking about this. They lost a lot. Like Tim Maxwell, Greg, Sacktown Tony. You want to lose for 6-7 more years and like be bad? Like that, you throw out Philadelphia. That's what happened with Philadelphia. Now they kind of reap the benefits of it on the flip side, but they were bad for a long time. Also, another thing about this.
They also, I just want to point this out.
Story is behind it.
They haven't won a championship. Sorry, go ahead. It's not like they tanked all those years and won a championship. They haven't. I feel like it should. See, it works in Philadelphia. Wait, what's the goal here? Like, what are we trying to accomplish?
They hadn't even got to a conference finals. They didn't even do that. But the other thing about that, and let's be real about the situation. I haven't read anything differently. Maybe some of my Philly guys can tell me different. They tanked trying to get the number 1 pick to get Wiggins or Jabari Parker. They did not tank. I don't think they're taking Embiid with the number 1 pick.
Right.
So, like, you could say Minnesota tanked that year. Like, people bring up Philadelphia. Minnesota tanked to get Wiggins. Mm-hmm. How did that work out? Come on, man. OKC is the team that's doing it right now.
How many? What would you say? You want a bunch of top 5 picks? How's that working out for Minnesota? I'm asking for a friend. How's that working out in Minnesota with all those top picks that they have and are nothing but a Tom Thibodeau, Jimmy Butler run away from being worse playoff wise than the Sacramento Kings?
And I know what those guys will say. They'll say, we're not saying it's foolproof or anything like that. Foolproof. It just gives you the best chance. Does it? Like, in theory, it does. But when you talk, just go through the list right now of teams that are in the season's early this year. So we'll just say last year's playoff teams and find out how many of those teams have top 5 picks that they drafted in their starting lineup. Last year, I counted, it was 2.
I remember that.
16.
I remember that exercise you did. That was pretty amazing.
And then I even went to All-Stars. And I think the All-Stars in the league, the 24 All-Stars in the league, they were all over the place. Like, I think it was like the same amount of I wish I still had these notes, but I feel like it was the same amount of All-Stars that were out of the lottery as the same amount of All-Stars that were top 5 picks in the league. It's just there's no exact way to get this. That's my whole point. So to get mad because they didn't tank, I think is foolish.
Golden State's only tanking effort. We don't even know if it worked yet. Was it last year? The pandemic year? Was it or the pandemic year? It was the Orlando year.
But that wasn't that. But even to that point, that wasn't even them saying we're going into the season tanking. Everybody just broke.
Right. Yeah.
So if all the knock on, I don't have a wood table anymore, but just knock on wood, like if the Kings' 3 best players, 3 starters all went down, yeah, let's just bring up the guys from Stockton and let's get a top pick that way. There's no use in playing, for any type of playoff or championship spot. If their 3 best players go down, yeah, let's do it. But while they're here, I don't think that's the move.
Yeah. I'm trying to ignore it, and I know you are too, but we never front with people. Is our audio off?
I don't know about
it is. That's if you're wondering. There's this pause.
crazy.
There's this pause. Yeah, there's something not quite right with what we're doing.
I
I was
don't know
like, man,
who's the culprit. I don't
like,
know who it is, but
Kenny's really thinking about every single thing I'm saying. This is so weird. And I started to hear something. I was like, oh, we've got to. I believe we
usually they say something in the chat though, so I don't know where it's coming from.
But I think our sync on the screen is linked up. I think there's something in our broadcast box that's a little off.
And I'm so what the issue is,
we were ignoring it for like 15 minutes.
No, on the screen, you're like mouthing stuff 4 seconds before I hear it in my ear. Like if I close my eyes and you say something right now, I'll probably say it right after you say it.
Oh, I see you. I see you perfectly. Like you're synced. So I believe the issue is at the Caraway Castle. You got to move some of those shoes and champagne bottles out of the way, and you're blocking the internet signal over in Elk Grove. Get your personal Elk Grove internet guy. You got to come out. We probably just need a reset, man.
Get a new wireless plan, Harold. Remember that commercial? I don't know if you remember that one. Somebody mentioned the other day though the commercial that does crack me up when the mom is on the video chat singing goodnight to the kids.
Oh, that is funny. And her face gets contorted. That commercial does make me laugh too. That's funny. 916-349.
Oh, come on.
1320. Let's get our man Bryce in here. Bryce, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, great to see you guys the other day. Had a great time.
Yeah, man. What's up, Bryce?
Just was listening to the argument about, well, not the argument, but the debate, the tanking debate. And sure, does it work in theory? I mean, I guess. I mean, the results are a mixed bag at best if you look around the league at all the players and the teams and where those teams are afterward. The thing, too, is you still got to hit on a guy. Like, it doesn't matter if you pick 1 or 15. Like, if you pick the wrong guy, like, who cares where you take him?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Yeah. On top of the fact that we're already a joke. No one takes this team seriously or this town serious in the national media. And I mean, granted, I don't really care what they think, but it's like, how long do you want to be the punching bag? Like, how long do we just want to keep going through this? Like, yeah, let's just suck some more.
Well, yeah, I don't think they're trying to. I want to be clear. And that's the other thing about tanking is you can't tell this fan base, hey, let's sit down and talk. We're really sorry we've sucked for the last 15 years, but what we're going to do is we're going to suck on purpose. We're going to be awful on purpose for the next 3 to 4 years. And I promise you, we're not going to screw up these draft picks this time like we've did countless other times before. We're not going to let the Dames and the Donovans and the Lucas and that whole crew get, oh, no, not this time. This time, we're going to do it right. So just be patient. And as someone once said in the chat many months ago, the Kings playoff drought is on the verge of being able to drink. And when the tanking process is over, the playoff drought can have a drink.
Maybe that's what we're waiting for. So
maybe it's just going to
be able to drink.
And all we're asking is just don't get old enough to enlist in the army. Like, let's just shut this thing down now. Like, come on, man.
And Bryce said something where it's like, yeah, it works out, sometimes. I can make the argument it never works.
I don't think it does either.
It never works. It's never worked. Like they talk about Phoenix tanking. DeAndre Ayton's not even their best player. They don't even want to pay him. What are you talking about?
If you're going to make the argument that Phoenix is tanking got them here, they did it wrong. Because they drafted a guy number 1 overall that they didn't even sign to an extension. Like, man, again, you can ride the Philadelphia thing if you want to, but Phoenix, I can't let that fly because that's cap. Phoenix was y'all were mad. People say it to this day. I think James is the most recent, or maybe it was Deuce. Phoenix and Kenny Caraway. Phoenix shouldn't even have been in the bubble.
Yeah.
Everything changed a little bit after that bubble for Phoenix.
Now they won't stop winning.
Dude, that's facts. Haven't lost since the bubble. No, that's crazy. Like that was it 17 straight? 17 straight.
Row.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
Imagine what D'Lo and Casey would be like if the Kings won 17 straight games at any point.
Dude, you think we're unbearable after 2 wins? Man. Just wait.
We go crazy if the Kings won 17 straight quarters. They were ahead for 17 straight minutes.
I don't know. That's more likely. I don't think they've ever been ahead for 17 straight quarters. But 17 straight minutes? Let's take that.
Yeah,
those rare moments where we get a wire-to-wire victory. Oh, man. You said it earlier.
The game yesterday. Was it wire-to-wire last night?
No. I think
they were down early.
Yeah, not crazy. I have it for you right here.
First quarter, I think I got in there.
I don't have it for you. Oh, I do. Lead changes 4. Yeah, it was nothing crazy. Those probably were mostly early. Like I felt they maintained like a solid level of intensity through almost the entire game. I mean, really, we're really talking 46 minutes. The last 2 to 3 minutes did kind of course, we're so on edge from the night before. I think in a normal situation, we're like, come on, man, tighten this up. But because of what happened the night before, I'm sure a lot of us were waiting for them to lose. Waiting for them.
Always on edge. Always. Hey, you want to get Manny or Herbert real quick before we get you're back to the way. You're synced up. Like
we're locked in? Okay. Locked in. Manny, what's happening?
Man, if the Kings win 17 in a row, there's going to be a Drake Flow 2-disc album on tour. I mean, it's going to be everything. When they get 17 in a row, I'm getting a Drake Flows tattoo. I'm in.
Davion, you heard that. Get after it. Tattoos.
We will not allow such a thing. You can get the Black Bottles tattoo. We'll get that one. We ain't gonna let you put the Drake Flow on your arm.
But with the tanking, you have to I would just repeat exactly what you said, dude. Like you want as a fan, like you're gonna sit there and demand that they tank, and you're gonna trust the organization that put you in the position of where you have to tank, and you think they're gonna make all the right decisions all of a sudden after all the bad ones they already made.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I don't get it. Let's get Herbert in here before the show's over. Herbert, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, Dave? What's up, Kenny?
Herbert, what's good, big dog?
What's up? Hey, dang. Kenny was on Twitter, man, with the shooting jump shots out there like Shep. Y'all know who Shep is, right?
Oh yeah, we absolutely know the above the rim reference.
Get your hands off me! Get your hands off me, Nutso.
The difference is Kenny actually had a ball in his hands.
Hey, D, I said, man, you ain't getting that J off on me, man.
Herbert, and I gave you that Tupac look. Ain't nobody locking me up. No, ain't nobody locking me up. I'm getting the bucket off.
Hey, let me just get in real quick. As far as tanking, that's crazy. You think Popovich tanked? You think Jordan is up there telling them dudes to tank? That's a losing mentality, and it just doesn't. It doesn't. In my opinion, it just doesn't work. And if you have a losing mentality, I'll show you a loser.
It's a bar.
These losers can't come to my turkey dinners, my turkey drives.
Replay it in the island in the kitchen last night.
One of the funniest lines ever. We appreciate you so much for being with us, man. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to have some fun tomorrow. It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Kings don't play tonight to stress us out. We got a real 49er Friday. We can talk some 49ers football tomorrow. And then, of course, we'll get you ready for the Kings game this weekend. Whatever we do, we just hope you're back with us tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Pluto out here. Yeah, I don't know what, because you start chopping up and breaking up in my ear, and then it just, the delay happened. I was like, I don't know where that's coming from. Like, what is, you're on a delay or I'm on a delay, whatever.
I don't think anything.
What's up? New York, stand up.
Hey, I don't think anything I don't think anything went out over the air bad, and the chat house said it was good. So it must have just been. I honestly think it was the box.
Yeah,
I think we were out of sync on the box. I never lost you at all on the screen.
Yeah.
You what? Oh, no. I knew Kenny would know what I meant. I started to hear myself back, and I was like, "Oh, this is weird." And then I noticed your pause. I was like, "Okay,
Yeah,
we're off." Like, all right, no problem. We're off.
Hold on, I'm finishing what you're saying. Okay, yeah. No, I agree.
No, you good.
This guy tried to rough me up on the court one time. He's not slick.
Who's that?
Though? Ace. He said, I get the shot off on anybody. He gave me a forearm shiver to the throat one time when I was giving him.
Oh my!
And then he was like, "You said you wanted to play New York style." So yo, yeah, true story.
Appreciate you, Ginger Vegan King. Love that name. I'm a vegan too. I'm with you. Please hit those thumbs up. Someone said, where was this message? I think this is Danny in San Francisco's burner account. West Sac Kings fan is also trying to kill us. I think West Sac.
I was just about to say,
who is that? Is that
Harry?
Harry?
Heard from Danny in San Francisco in a long time, but I forgot he's gone.
That's Harry, right?
Yeah, that's Harry.
Yeah, he gone.
He's got his
vacation.
He's got a drink in his hand at the time.
He's got that McQueen in hand, and he is checked out. I've heard rumors, by the way, West Sac Kings fan. I heard rumors.
Something's going to happen one way or another.
It might be might be kind of like that Drake bars was at 3:00. It might be kind of like that, but I've heard rumors, so I'm not going to say it hasn't been discussed. That's a great picture. It's a great picture.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Harry was a good dude.
He was a great dude.
I mean, he's still alive and well. He's just not here.
It's a great dude. I ain't had an off night in a long time, David. It just that happened. That happened. Not a what? So he has given up 700. Almost. It's because I'm on Stat Muse right now, and
let's leave the stats to Wilsey.
Which cornerback has given up the most amount of yards in 2021? So Matt Mayoko was right.
Hashtag King. Jazzy hit us with a hashtag King. Got an update here on young Reese out there putting in work.
Okay. I gotta talk to the young boy, see what he talking about.
Oh man. I tried to correct it. That's why I was like, yeah, Harry's still a good dude. I didn't mean to make it sound like he wasn't with us anymore. He's not here. He's very much here. Funny.
I saw that too, though, Ramsey. On the stat that I saw, there were two different. I saw the return yards, but the yards given up was 143 as well. Or it was 142. Interception yards was 142. So yeah, maybe I guess it really he has given up almost 700 yards. Well, I take it all back, man, Mayoko. You were 100% right. Our guy, why am I drawing a blank?
I'm not sure. It's our guy though. Kind of like Mitch, who wanted to trade someone but couldn't remember who.
Yeah. I was about to say Mac Jones. I was like, that's not who I'm talking about. Mark Jones is talking about he goes and plays at 10th and P. Gives work over there at 10th and P. He called it Roosevelt Park, though. That's why. He's not a local. He called it Roosevelt Park. It's
We'll
10 feet to the locals.
He still travels a lot. We'll get him.
Yeah. Oh, you should have seen me the other evening.
Oh, get your picks in. Everybody get your picks in.
Tweeted us the other day.
I know. Get your picks in. Everybody else, get your picks in. Get your picks in.
Yeah, I should have seen me the other day. Though. I was on my Jake Shuttlesworth stuff the other day.
Oh my! Wait a minute, Richard Winston, Drake Flow shirt number 5. It's a movement, baby. By the way, Patrick, I got your order, man. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, Patrick.
It's a movement.
It's a movement. I need to get the exact number of how many. I'm pretty sure it's 5.
On Twitter, PPE just went past the site of the next A's stadium, it looks like, over by the Tropicana.
PPE's in Vegas?
Well,
okay.
I think that's who that was.
PPE.
He said he's doing some in-person research on the new Las Vegas A's stadium site.
That's funny.
Okay, I see. I'm a beater on Saturday, man. Come holler at me, man. Come holler at me.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Dame, you going on Saturday? Or
I think so. Yeah. No, I think I might go. I've been trying. I always try to figure out. Okay, when can I go? When can I go? And it's like, well, I guess Saturday it is. Saturday it is.
Saw Edison on Tuesday.
Oh my guy. He was texting me that night. That's my man.
He said, D-Lo should be up here.
He always talking crazy about me. But yeah, that's my dude. Took me fishing out on his boat one time. I couldn't catch shit. Sat out there for hours, couldn't catch a damn thing.
We'll FaceTime me. Listen. Oh, we get. Oh, he really playing pickup. He crossed the street. Playing that.
Oh, he out there. Okay. Let's go.
Cool.
Hashtag King. Let's go, baby.
Oh, lock up. Oh, we locked up. He's off night. Off night. Oh, wait a minute. He was locking up his own teammate.
Oh no, Reese, you can't do that. Poker Pro, you're going to that showcase tonight?
All right, I'm gonna slide over there in a second, Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead. Get over there. Appreciate y'all for being with us. Y'all killed it again today.
Yeah.
So we'll have some fun tomorrow. I honest to God don't know what the hell we're gonna do. We're gonna have some fun. I assure you of that. Dude. I'm with it. Let's go.
I don't know. It looked like it was a team game, but they might be playing 21. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Because then he went back and started guarding the guy again. So maybe, I don't know. I'm confused. He needs direction. I need to be out there.
All right, get out there. We